any plans. So, this is they're moving fast for a couple of reasons. First, for the legal reasons that you pointed out, they don't want someone to stop them, but also because President Trump really clearly wants this ballroom to be completed before he leaves office, because he's hoping to host some big events there.
Yeah. President Trump has been really big in the last week at making sure, and I don't know if it's a wink, wink or not a wink, wink. I don't like to overreact to these things, but I also don't want to underreact. He tweeted 2 kings when he was with King Charles. He has now put his visage in a frown on a U.S. passport, which is causing a lot of waves. And and we already see that there are banners throughout Washington, D.C., particularly in the Justice Department, that it's his face as president with this enormous banner that we all paid for by taxpayer dollars to announce that he's the leader of the executive branch and the leader of the Justice Department. But these banners are all over D.C., I understand.
That's very unusual, because, that's not typically something presidents would want to do, particularly not at the Department of Justice, where there's always been this effort to kind of create a firewall between the White House and the DOJ so that you wouldn't create the impression as president that you were directing the Department of Justice to do any particular criminal investigation or go after your enemies. I think that ship has sailed in this administration. President Trump has made it very clear which of his enemies he would like the Department of Justice to investigate, and they have really embraced that as recently as this week with the new indictment of James Comey the second time around. And so, it was startling, but maybe not, it shouldn't have been surprising when that huge banner with his face on it was unfurled at DOJ.
Right. But then you've got the passport, you've got the experimentation with the cryptocurrency, with the gold coins, and you have this tweet about kings. We know that Trump has always been infatuated with kings. I mean, he's always been infatuated with power. But at the risk of not wanting to overreact to this, right? Because, I don't think I have Trump derangement syndrome, so to speak. I try not to overreact to things. But you're a journalist. Help me decide, is that a wink, wink joke to America to try and provoke more fury at him? What do you think about all of this?
So I think what the White House would say is, oh, it's a joke. You're taking it too seriously. Obviously, he knows he's not a king. And, they would claim that, it's all to sort of mock the people who have demonstrated at No King's protests. At the same time, you're right. It is startling to see, the White House official account posting that Donald Trump and King Charles are two kings, 2 monarchs. And you're right that this is a president who is really enamored of royalty. It's part of the reason that he is so fond of many of the leaders in the Persian Gulf. And, I don't think it was entirely an accident that it was while King Charles was here that this new passport was unveiled. That basically, in honor of the the irony is in honor of the 250th birthday of the United States, in honor of our democracy. 250 years of independence from a monarchy, that you would suddenly have President Trump's face on the passport. And I don't think that timing was an accident.
And by the way, let's all remember, as Americans, 250 years ago, our very first president was pretty much offered a lot of the pomp and circumstance of being a king. Not only didn't he want to do that, he didn't run for a second term. He said, I'm out.
Right.
Farewell. Right. And when they said he was indispensable because he was the general that won the Revolutionary War and people didn't know what they were going to do without him, he said, you're going to have to figure that out. That's what a democracy is. Good luck to you. Goodbye. Which was extraordinary. But it was extraordinary. And that's what we're celebrating, Nancy Cortez. That's what we're celebrating. Power to the people. right?
Yes. Although this president, likes to play footsie with the idea of a third term, he always backs down at the end of the day and says, no, never mind. I wouldn't do that, but it sure would be great if I could run for a third term. And it is something that, that agitates his opponents, this idea that they can't fully let go of, that when push comes to shove, he is not going to want to leave.
Nancy Cortez, here's the thing. If he was 50 years old, I'd be a lot more worried. He's 80. I'm not worried.
He's very energetic.
He's fantastically energetic, and God willing, he will live to the end of his term. I don't wish any ill on President Trump whatsoever, and I hope that he lives to the end of his term and does whatever he can constitutionally do. I know that he goes to the edge and sometimes over the edge of things, but I never wish any ill ever on anybody, certainly not an elected representative of the people. And I think that if God continues to grant him health, he'll have the vigor to finish out his term. That's another almost 3 years from now. After that, he'd be too old. So I'm not worried about that third term. But as I said, if he was 50, yes, I'd be a little worried because I think he'd go for it. I think he would. I mean, look what he's doing with the birthright thing. Everybody thought that was pretty settled constitutional law. And here it is in front of the Supreme Court, which is genuinely considering that clause of, what is it, the 13th or 14th Amendment, that I think is crystal clear personally to me as somebody who studied con law for years. I think it's crystal clear. And yet it's gotten to the top of the Supreme Court because it was his first executive order that birthright citizenship isn't a thing as we believe it to be. So I think he would have tested that amendment. After all, it was an amendment to the Constitution. It wasn't what we originally had, but I don't think he'll do it because of his age. I just don't think his party will let him do it because of his age. I don't think so.
I mean, they've been pretty willing to sort of give him carte blanche so far. Just look at the Iran war. Privately, many Republican lawmakers will concede that this is deeply problematic politically for them in a midterm election year to be watching gas prices skyrocketing, to have a lot of Americans asking openly, why are we doing this? There's a new poll out from the Washington Post today showing that the Iran war is about as unpopular as Vietnam War was in the early 70s. But publicly, they are very unwilling to criticize him. They're unwilling to vote to invoke the War Powers Act, which would put more constraints on his ability to wage war, and they've really been giving him a wide berth.
And why do you think that is, Nancy Cortez, CBS News?
I think that there are a couple of reasons. He is still, among their voters, the most popular person in the party. So they are reluctant to create distance with him. They have also seen the way that he goes after people in the party who don't toe the party line. They've seen very sharp-worded posts on Truth Social. They've seen what he has said to reporters about people who he considers to be insufficiently loyal within the party, and they, don't want to make themselves a target if they don't have to be. And then, there are, to be fair, lots of Republicans who believe that if the end result of the war is that Iran completely gives up its nuclear ambitions, then that will be a win. But the question is just whether Iran really is willing to give up something so fundamental. Obviously, we are in week 9 of this conflict, and they haven't done it yet.
Well, I don't think it's a question of whether they're ever going to admit that they're going to give it up. I think that's a pipe dream. The real question is the United States going to be able to exert enough force that they have no choice? And I understand that there are tons and tons of uranium that is stockpiled there, that notwithstanding last June, where we did a pretty good job on their infrastructure, apparently as a country they still have a tremendous amount of raw material that they can convert into making nuclear weaponry. That's what I'm told. That's what I was reading. Right.
And the issue is that in a conventional wartime situation, you turn the screws, military pressure, economic pressure. But what we've seen is that the Iranians don't necessarily respond in conventional ways to that kind of pressure. This is an existential fight for this regime. They believe that if they are seen to back down to the Trump administration in this way, they will lose what little support they have left in Iran. And so, even as the president continues to insist, well, they can't last much longer, they're already really hurting, and they haven't backed down yet. So now the good news is that there is a new proposal that was issued by the Iranians overnight. So the White House now has that, and they're analyzing it. We're going to see the president in another hour or two out on the South Lawn as he departs on Marine One. We'll try to ask him what he thinks of that proposal because, we're at a point now where gas prices are going up 7 cents a day, 9 cents a day. It's really been a dramatic week. We're now back up to gas prices we haven't seen since mid-2022 after the pandemic. And, so the pressure is mounting here at home as well.
Nancy Cortez, CBS News, thank you so much for your comprehensive report from the White House today.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny this afternoon in the low 60s. Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. And more showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May Day, May 1st. On this day in 1999, the TV show SpongeBob SquarePants premiered on Nickelodeon.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants!
Happy birthday to Norwalk's own Charlie D'Amelio, TikTok influencer and Dancing with the Stars winner.
The winners are Charlie and Mom!
And in 2011, President Obama announced that Osama bin Laden had been killed.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands.
May 1st.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News has learned that Trump administration officials have been told Spirit will be shutting down operations in the next 24 hours. Bondholders balked at the terms of the $500 million government aid package for the airline. CBS's Ed O'Keefe with President Trump's response.
He suggested there may be an announcement later today or tomorrow about some kind of plan. Pointed out that there are creditors that were trying to come up with a deal and that he's eager to save the 18,000 or so jobs that are tied to the airline. But did not sound hopeful or committal to something specific that would keep that airline from shutting down here in the coming hours or days.
President Trump cast doubt on the latest efforts to end the war against Iran.
The president is turning thumbs down to Iran's latest proposal.
They want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Trump also rejected getting congressional approval for the war now that it's passing the 60-day mark.
But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Trump deemed the War Powers Act unconstitutional. It requires congressional approval for war after 60 days. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Amid the war with Iran, AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular unleaded gas is $4.39, even higher in Indiana, where this man lives.
At $5 a gallon, I about wilted like an old flower.
CBS's Jim Crisula reports on a deadly plane crash in the hill country of central Texas.
5 people have died after the small plane they were in crashed near a lake outside Wimberley, Texas. That's about 40 miles southwest of Austin. A local official says it appears the Cessna aircraft was traveling at a high rate of speed when it went down late Thursday night.
A mystery safe creates a lot of buzz in Southern California.
Hal Mooney and his family bought an old diner in Long Beach and were renovating it into a pizza joint when they discovered an old safe in the back.
It's too heavy to lift. There's drill marks that people tried to get into it but were unsuccessful.
Mooney has been selling $5 raffle tickets for a chance to win whatever is inside.
I'm hoping it's money. I honestly don't think that there's anything in it.
The raffle has raised more than $13,000, which Mooney's Pizza Tavern is donating to a local youth shelter. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Ford is starting a major recall regarding seat installations on the company's two biggest selling SUVs. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
The problem is with a possible loose bolt on the front seat frames of certain 24 through 26 Ford Rangers and Broncos. The seats may not properly restrain an occupant during a crash. Owners could notice squeaks, looseness, or rattles. No crashes or injuries have been reported.
Stocks are up. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After several hours Thursday, debate in the State House on a bill to restrict immigration and customs enforcement activity in Connecticut was expected to resume at the state capitol. The bill would prohibit ICE agents from wearing face masks and ban warrantless arrests in places including churches, schools, courthouses, and hospitals. It was passed last month by the Senate along party lines, with Democrats in favor and Republicans opposed. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
They've hired a disgraced hatchet man of a lawyer to come after me because they know that I can win. Now, it's no coincidence that these allegations magically appeared at the same exact time that I announced my pick for lieutenant governor. And they also happened in the same week that public polling showed Ned Lamont's approval rating dipping below the 50% mark. The law firm coming after me is known for their massive political donations to Ned Lamont and Chris Murphy.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." And Governor Ned Lamont and Department of Transportation Commissioner Garrett Eucalito held a news conference in Derby this morning where they announced the start of construction on upgrades to 4 Metro North Waterbury branch line stations. They are Derby Shelton, Ansonia, Seymour, and Beacon Falls. The project will modernize these 4 stations to improve accessibility, safety, and the overall passenger experience. It's part of the Lamont administration's broader effort to upgrade all 6 stations along the branch line and create a more connected and accessible regional rail network. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, some delays coming over the state line. Updates at 3 in Greenwich with tree trimming. Construction cleared through New Canaan. Still a little bit of work into Westport, though, into the old exits 41, 42, heavy through there. Further north, Trumbull side looks good. Route 8 with construction delays. Shelton getting into Derby in both directions. 95, the Parkway, really not too bad into New Haven County. 84 is okay through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what's the old saying? Everybody has his or her price, right? Yeah, hey, everybody's got a price. You know what I mean? We hear that in the old mob movies. It's told to us maybe by relatives as we grow up that at some point there is a dollar and cents or dollar and cent figure that will make you agree to a deal, will make you change your lives, will make you do something that you wouldn't have otherwise done, but for the fact that you're getting a good deal or the deal is so bad that you've got to say, hey, time out here. I have to make some changes. And yes, you've been hearing it from CBS News. We update you on it every day right here. It's Friday, so why not talk gas prices? Why don't we do that, huh? I paid, what did I pay this morning? Was it $4.39 or $4.29? You know, all I need to see is the 4. And I try not to look anything to the right of the decimal point. I see the 4 and I go, oh. And part of me says, well, what are you going to do, Paul? Maybe you should cut down on that mac and cheese. So instead of putting the mac and cheese in my prodigious gut, which is getting smaller, weighed in a couple of weeks ago, we're down another 8 pounds, so there you go. But everybody has their price. And I start out with this, because eventually you're going to maybe have to do something. Maybe a change in working at home versus going into the office. As I mentioned yesterday, maybe it's, no, I'm not going to make that singular run to the pharmacy, to CBS or Walgreens or whatever pharmacy you go to there and say, well, no, I'll do that on the way to X, Y, and Z on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday because I don't want to burn the gas. Now, these are the times where the hybrid people and the EV people are probably going, told you, suckers. And you know what? They're even though the electricity to charge ain't free, everybody thinks it's free. No, you do get charged for the juice that you use. But now is the time when I've got to think, and maybe I'm wrong here, maybe you just grin and bear it, maybe you just go without. But the average gasoline price here in the great state of Connecticut, as I look at it right now, verified by our friends at the AAA, $4.41.7 a gallon. So let's round it up, because it's 0.5 or higher. So let's go $4.42. How's that cooking you? Huh? How's that beating your keister there? $4.42 a gallon. Now, we're actually higher than the national average. The national average, whoop-de-doo, is $4.39. So Connecticut's about 2.5 cents higher. But I start out with this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I'm already getting a lot of comments on this, as I knew I would here on a Friday as we head into the weekend. A lot more coming up on the show. We've got some finger-pointing, a war of words up at the state capitol. Mike Fox will come on later to talk about gasoline prices, why we're paying what we're paying, how fast could they drop off or go up. But, I start with this. Are Connecticut's rising gas prices forcing you to alter your driving plans and habits? Are we going to see $5 a gallon gasoline? Because that's kind of, that $5 mark is kind of the holy grail of, yeah, we told you so. Buy a hybrid, buy an EV for reasons especially like this. And have you changed your habits because of this? I mean, if you look comparatively at the numbers here, and again, these numbers do change minute to minute, hour to hour. But some people in Fairfield County, for example, which is Fairfield County and New London counties, the two most expensive counties for gasoline, Some folks in Fairfield County are paying. We're almost there, kids. Lower Fairfield County, $4.47 a gallon. We're already at $4.50 almost, virtually. You know what? The heck with the 3 cents. Round it up, $4.47. On average in Fairfield County. Lowest averages are in New Haven County and Windham County. They're $4.40. So whoop-dee, stinking do, 7 cents. On a 12-gallon fill-up, even I can do that math, it's 84 cents more expensive per fill-up in Fairfield County. How does that rub you? Seriously. And are you of the mind of, I would say, maybe a third of the people in this country, a quarter to the third of people, who might say, hey, you know what? If it achieves our goals in the Middle East, I'm good with that. You know how I always say, listen, if you pay actual Americans to pick vegetables, to pick fruit, and not use illegal immigrant labor, I've always said, I've been consistent with this for years. Yes, I will pay the extra $2, $3, $5 a week to do that. But that's just me. You may see this differently. So we begin today with gasoline prices. I'm asking 2 questions here, but you can chime in on any aspect of this. Do you think we'll see $5 gasoline? I do. I don't want to see it, but I honestly think we're going to see $5 gasoline. Really? We're at virtually $4.47 and change right now. And now we just hear, before we came on here, Mr. Trump telling reporters he may step it up again militarily against Iran. Then what's going to happen? Could we go to $5 or $6? And remember, every cent gasoline goes up, I read once, is X amount of billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars that stays out of other stuff for the economy. So, yeah, if people actually have to get from point A to point B, or they can't, just drive one day a week and go to points A, B, C, and D, they have to drive. But I'm asking you, do you have to drive? Or maybe you're retired, maybe you've kicked it back and you're saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, I go through a full tank of gas maybe every other week because I don't do a lot. So, you're going to be affected, but not all that much. Just a thought here as we get up and underway on this Friday, 203-333-9422, 333, talking gas prices on WICC.
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour.
Order up.
Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, select men, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
For this fundraiser, you go home with cash. The Sell Your Gold fundraiser at St. Joseph Church in Shelton is this weekend. Bring gold, silver, or platinum to Parish Hall at St. Joseph Church in Shelton. Bob the Gold Man will buy it and hand you a check. Collect old chains, earrings, old boyfriend jewelry, watches, even tea sets. Bring it to the Sell Your Gold fundraiser Friday and Saturday from 10 to 4 and Sunday from 8 till 4. St. Joseph Church, 50 Fairmont Place, Shelton. You get a check and 60% of profits go to St. Joseph Church in your name.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work, know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
AB's Falafel announces the $16 weekday lunch special. Come for lunch and enjoy the most flavorful falafel sandwich, chicken shawarma sandwich, or beef shawarma sandwich, all served on a fresh pita with fries and a soda for only $16. AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. Now offering a complete weekday lunch special for only $16. Come have lunch at AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, and absfalafel.com.
Try the signature loaded fries. WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
All in all, not too bad as you make your way on a Friday afternoon. Northbound 95 will call Apache volume Stamford through Darien, slow into Westport. About 25 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. That's the way to go. Parkway northbound, very heavy. Norwalk into Westport, some late running construction. Fairfield, Trumbull side, not too bad. Still with delays with construction. Southbound Route 8 through Shelton and northbound into Derby. Courtesy Carpet Flooring and Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Greater Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And as I look at the desktop here from AAA, gasprices.AAA.com, Connecticut holding at $4.41.7 a gallon. So there you go. I think that adjusted a bit from a few seconds ago. Basically, we're at $4.42 a gallon. The national average is at $4.39 a gallon. So what is your breaking point? Now, maybe you don't have a breaking point per se. I mean, a lot of people do have to drive. You know, fortunately, if I had to, I could do this show from home. I prefer being here in the studio. But, having said that, some people, if they can't telecommute, they've got to go into work, which means that there's a portion of their income that is not redirected to other local or national businesses. But maybe people are saying, hey, I cannot alter my driving. Well, what if it hits $5 a gallon? $5.50. We'll talk with our buddy Mike Fox later on if that could happen. We start the afternoon phone parade with Monica in Milford. Monica, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, Monica. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, first of all, as an American, I'm an independent,
okay,
but I understand why President Trump is doing what he's doing with the Strait of Hormuz and Iran, because I'd rather be safe and those lunatics don't have a nuclear weapon.
Okay.
My question is, since we're the richest oil-producing country in the world, and I know our refineries are a bit antiquated, why aren't we buying our own oil? What is it that I'm not understanding?
You know, Monica, Mike Fox will be able to explain this later on at the 4 o'clock hour, but from what he's told me in the past, and from what I've read, now, number one, we do pump about 92% of the oil we need, right? But the government does not own the refineries, and the government does not own the oil companies. So so they've got to refine that, and from what I understand here, most of this increase that we're seeing is what the oil companies are going to make up for because they know their revenues are falling in other parts of the world. And that's what you and I are paying for.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, I do work.
Yeah.
I do have to go out a few days a week.
Yeah.
But it's worth it after 4 years of having a puppet in the office and not one person in his cabinet to come out and say, yeah, he really wasn't himself. He wasn't fit for office. So after the last 4 years with the Democrats, and I don't vote the party, I always vote the person, I will never believe one Democrat that hasn't at least said something about Biden's mental capacity not being there. Thank you for letting me ask the question about the oil. I understand that better, and I'll listen to Fox when he comes on.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. Appreciate it. And that's why I wanted to have Mike Fox on today from the Gasoline and Auto Service Dealers of America. He's been a fixture on radio and TV here for years in the state and nationally, too, explaining all this. So, again, we don't pump out of the beautiful grounds subterranean-like here in America. We do not, we can't produce 100% of what we use. We do produce about 92% of it from what I've read here. So, yes, we still, even though with all the oil we have presently, that is refinable into gasoline and diesel and all that, we still have to import about 8%. And that has an impact, too. But again, these prices are to reflect, as Mike has told me in the past and other experts have told me in the past. I remember interviewing Jay Hakes years ago. Maybe I should give him a call. He was President Obama's oil and gas guy. And, it's a commodity, and it goes up and down in price, reflective of world opinion and the state of the safety or not so much of the world. And, what happens is, the oil companies, I guess all of them, maybe I could be wrong, they're publicly held companies. So they've got to return, if they want to keep their investors happy and want to keep those stocks up that are in your 401ks and your union retirement funds and all that, they got to keep, you got to keep the dividends up there. So, yeah, it is kind of a rigged or an unfair system where, what you and I are paying at the pump is not solely for what we use here in America, but that's the way it is. Now, listen, this is why some people over the years have said, try and do what other nations did. Of course, then our CIA goes in and pussyfoots around, but, nationalize the oil companies or buy out the oil companies. And listen, have the government run the oil companies, run the oil business as a nonprofit. You spend what you take in, and that's it. Heck, people, including myself, have said, well, instead of bitching and moaning about the price of prescription drugs, I don't know, maybe the Fed should make the drugs themselves. But again, the drug companies are publicly held companies. There are millions of stockholders holding a market value at hundreds and millions and billions of dollars. It ain't that easy. So we start with the oil and gasoline and diesel. I have a very nice person who's texted me. A couple of people have said, hey, Paul, don't forget diesel because you're feeling the diesel prices, too, in stuff that gets trucked. You know the old adage, if all the trucks stopped in this country, the economy would come to a halt in 3 days. Diesel today, $5.84. A year ago, it was $3.77, $3.78. How's about that? Traffic and weather together. More coming up right here. We're talking gas, diesel, oil, and all that on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some patchy volume out of Stamford, Greenwich. It's about 20 minutes to go Stamford to Norwalk. About the same to go Norwalk up to Bridgeport, heaviest by Sherwood Island. Parkway still sees a heavy wave in Greenwich. They haven't cleared the tree trimming yet by exit 3. Still very heavy from Route 7 getting up into Westport. Fairfield, Trumbull side, not too bad. Very heavy southbound Route 8 with construction in Shelton. Northbound, the construction is on the Derby side of the bridge. Southbound into Hamden, an accident by exit 60. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. Spirit Airlines says it's making plans to shut down as early as tomorrow. President Trump says talks on a government bailout failed.
If we can't make a good deal, no institution's been able to do it. I said, I'd like to save the jobs, but we'll have an announcement sometime today. We gave them a final proposal.
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe on White House frustration with Iran.
What he continued to say is that there are, in essence, conflicting views among those that are in charge of Iran, and because they continue to not be able to get on the same page, they're still not there.
And Trump says he'll boost tariffs on cars and trucks from the EU next week to 25%. He says they haven't fully compiled with a trade deal. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
The president has expressed his anger and his frustration at European allies for not doing more to address the war in Iran. This has been part of his anger.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A child reportedly committed suicide within 1 hour of a visit with a Department of Children and Families caseworker. The Connecticut Office of the Child Advocate received a notification of the incident last week and says they are alarmed by data that shows DCF workers are failing to meet basic policy requirements. DCF Commissioner Susan Hamilton released some of the preliminary findings of the case, which showed the child did not feel safe in the home and asked to come into foster care. The caseworker kept the child with the parent. Child advocates Christina Gio spoke with WTNH TV News 8 about the environment in the child's home.
What we saw was a family with a significant history. There was housing instability. They had moved in and out of the state, and the children were not enrolled in school.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump addressed state lawmakers to support a bill to reduce police shootings. Crump is representing the family of Stevie Jones, who was shot by police in Hartford earlier this year. The law would require police to use lesser forms of force before using deadly force in situations where people are having a mental health crisis.
He needed a helping hand. He did not need 9 bullet holes in his body, taking him from this world.
The proposed law is being called the Stevie Jones Law. Efforts to finalize the state budget got easier with a surge in income tax receipts. On Thursday, Governor Ned Lamont and the General Assembly learned that more than $580 million in income tax revenues would be added to state coffers. The money is more than enough to cover $570 million pledged to town aid and child care. Lamont said, however, that stronger revenues should not be a green light to start spending recklessly. Analysts are now projecting more than $375 million in extra revenue over the next fiscal year compared to what they originally expected. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
And here's the worst part. Some of the weak Republicans in Hartford and in this race are cheering on the dirty tricks from the Democrats. That's exactly why our party keeps losing. Weak collaborators in Hartford are content with the crumbs that the Democrats just throw at them. I want to take our party to the table, not just settle for crumbs.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." More than 80 students from across Connecticut competed in the Connecticut High School eSports Championships at Quinnipiac University, showing skills that go far beyond gaming. Organizers say esports require strategy, critical thinking, and teamwork, much like traditional athletics, while also opening doors to future careers in fields like coding, graphic design, and engineering. Students say the competitions help build collaboration and confidence, highlighting the growing role of esports as both a competitive activity and a pathway to real-world opportunities. And an art exhibit in West Haven is raising money for a local animal shelter. The Big Dog Show was created by metal dog sculptor Dale Rogers. The exhibit features 21 8-foot-tall dogs made of steel near Savin Rock. The exhibit opened on Thursday and runs through May 26th. A pet adoption event will take place at the site from 10 a.m. through 12 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 starting to build out of lower Fairfield County. Delays from Stamford getting up into Norwalk. That's about a 40-minute trip, and then a half hour to go Norwalk to Bridgeport. Heavy as Sherwood Island to Southport. Parkway, a little bit of company out of Greenwich. Starting to build a little bit in through New Canaan. Some slowdowns into Westport. Fairfield side looks okay. Still with the construction delays, especially northbound Route 8, Shelton into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so So is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talking gasoline, talking diesel, talking crude oil prices. By the way, I'm looking at the numbers right now. All you got to do is just put oil prices in your browser on the New York Mercantile Exchange. A barrel of crude oil, I guess unrefined, obviously, $102.02. That ain't good. That is not good, boys and girls. And the previous record, again, was at the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine about 4 years ago. And at that point, we were seeing something on the mark of $115 or $118. Now, listen to this. And I'm opening up with this today because it's a big story. And again, the oil markets and the gasoline markets that affect you and I. Ultimately, we're affected here, right? In the end, it's like you and me. We get out to put gas in the morning. You go, oh, $4. Like I said, when I see $4, I don't even look at the, just give me regular unleaded $4. What's the difference? Well, it's $4.20 versus $4.28. I still have to put it in the car. Oh, it's $4.28. I can't use it today. I'll use prune juice. No. I'll use the magic liqueur. No. Bathtub gin. No. Rubbing alcohol. No. Now, some race cars run on alcohol, but that's a different story here. So I start with this today, and I have an astounding figure to share with you on this Friday. But we go with 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Are the national and Connecticut rising gas prices forcing you to change your driving plans and habits? Now, sometimes you can't do that. You got to get to where you have to go, and you got to do it every day. If you're not working off a computer or whatever, or an independent contractor at home, you got to get to work. And I mean, for a lot of people, what's the national average I saw once? The average American lives 12 to 15 miles from where they work, on average. Some live further away. Some live down the corner, down the street. The furthest I ever drove each way for a job, I did it for a good long time too, was 94 miles each way. I was living in Wallingford, and I drove to just outside New York City every day. Why? Well, because it was a pretty good radio job. Pay was decent, and I liked it. Didn't last all that long, but I did it. Why? Because, gas was cheap enough back then. This was 1992, 93, something like that. Yeah. But the average American lives, I think it's 12 miles from work. So you may be going to, maybe it's a half to 2/3 of a gallon a day. What if you get to $5 a gallon? If we get to $5 a gallon, or something approximating that, we're about 50 cents away now. If your boss says, hey, you can stay home, you going to stay home? Because like I said, maybe you're like me. Now, maybe it's because of the job I have here, but I kind of like to be, and you've heard me do, during COVID, we were home every day for 6, 8, 9, 10 months, whatever. I don't even remember. It's all a blur now. God, that COVID thing. It all goes into the COVID closet of my brain. Are we going to see $5 a gallon? Are we going to see $5 a gallon? Now, our previous caller said she was in favor of it because she likes the Trump policies. Okay, and I'm sure there are other people who don't like that. And I know that makes the sting a little more. Will we see $5 a gallon? And is your neighbor that bought the hybrid or the EV, the electric vehicle, now going, see, this is why I told you? And do you tell that neighbor, the guy, the gal next door or across the street who you love, do you say, all right, shut up? Shut up. I love you, but shut up. And before we go to break, and we'll get to Henry on the phones momentarily, open lines, by the way, at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. By the way, you want to text something in too, you can. I found this stat. I found it earlier today. I bookmarked it because I remember hearing it, but I didn't want to say it without checking it. Now, sometimes, maybe not even in this case, right? Maybe in the usual fluctuations of gas prices, right? You drop by that same convenience store and you say, oh, look, gas is up 2 cents over last week. No big deal, 2 cents. Now, think about how high gas is right now. And again, in Connecticut, gas prices as we speak here in Connecticut are $4.42, $4.42, okay? So a year ago, it was $3.08. So it's what, $1.34-35 a gallon. All right. That's 135 cents, right? Follow me here? Okay. It's 135 pennies. I found this. You ready for this? I mean, just think about this. Just think. That gas price rise over the last year is 135 pennies, $1.35. According to CBS News and other sources, I found this. Ready for this? This is staggering. For every 1 cent rise in gasoline prices, U.S. consumer spending drops by about $1 to $1.5 billion. Did you hear what I said? So if your local convenience store or gas station or the 7-Eleven or whatever, the Cumberland Farms you go to, if you see that gas price is generally up 2 cents from last week, from the previous week, and that's nationwide, that means $2 to $3 billion with a B, not M. $2 to $3 billion is not spent on other stuff in the economy. That, boys and girls, is mind-boggling. It is.
Is your home exterior in need of repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, chimneys, siding, windows, and doors. And you can get your new roof, siding, or windows as low as $99 a month. Call Brown Roofing today for your free estimate. Brown won't let you down.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading north through the valley, very heavy delays from the Shelton side of the Commodore Hull Bridge getting into Derby. That's midday road work that hasn't wrapped up yet. Parkway lower end looks good from Stamford up into Norwalk. Still a little bit heavy into Westport. 95's on the heavy side, Stamford through Darien, pretty heavy into Westport too. A half hour Norwalk up to Bridgeport. New Haven County accident cleared on the Parkway in Hamden. 95 with delays out of Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, before we go back to the phones, if you know anybody in Louisiana, Mississippi, the Deep South there, North Florida, the Panhandle, I want you to make sure they're okay. 14 million people under flood watches and warnings this weekend. Going to get a big storm down south. So just give them a call, send them a text, make sure they, a lot of people don't follow the weather. They don't go online and see the weather fronts coming in. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Have you altered your driving habits yet? As we hit $4.40-something cents change here in Connecticut. Or are you just going to grin and bear it? You tell me. Here's a guy with a full tank. Henry's with us. Henry, is your tank full?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a percentage out there that are going to get mad and say, I'm going to take the bus, I'm going to carpool, I'm going to take the train. Mm-hmm. And that may work for a while. You're going to walk out with your chest and say, yeah, I didn't fall into that trap and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But if you give yourself just minimum wage, just give yourself minimum wage on what it's going to cost you to go to the bus stop and go to the train station. Yeah. And all those prices are all going to go up too.
Sure.
You're just living a lie.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go along with the way it is.
Well, you know what you could do, Henry? People are still going to drive, but I think, they could kind of, like I did, when Gaskin, all right, I'm not going to go there tomorrow. I'll go there Wednesday because I can get 4 things done at once. You know what I mean? I think some people may do that.
Okay, well, let me just throw, if you got a minute.
Yeah.
The bigger things. Nothing. Yeah. You're going to go to dinner Saturday night.
I am?
Okay?
No,
I'm just saying.
No, I know what you're saying.
You're going to go to dinner Saturday night.
Night out, yep.
All right. And it's going to cost me $1 more a gallon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Than it did two months ago.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost me then $2 more.
Yeah.
If that really counts in your head, you have to tell your date, hey, don't order a shrimp cocktail. No, stick with the salad and the breadsticks. No. You're going to right or wrong. If $1.50 bothers you,
I know you're right.
staying home anyway.
Honey, listen.
So live your life, smile. Last week you were talking about depression amongst the people. I'm trying to help those people right now.
You're right, yeah.
Get this stuff out of your head. If you were fire trucked before, you're no more fire truck now than you were before. You still can't go to dinner.
Yeah, you're right, Henry.
Or go to dinner. Tell your date. Get the shrimp cocktail.
That's right.
Get the Clams Casino.
Live a little, right?
Right or wrong.
All right, Henry.
It all goes back to arithmetic.
Yeah, you're right.
It all goes back to arithmetic.
Thanks, Henry. I appreciate it. Good call there. Yeah, you know what? I think our friend Henry's got a point. Maybe you're like, hey, you only live once. Right? I had an aunt who spent almost every cent she ever made. I mean, she left some money, to me and some others, and people used to get on her case. Hey, you're doing this, you're buying that, or whatever. And she's like, well, I can't take it with me. I don't want it. She used to tell me, because I took care of her arrangements, and she said, listen, when I'm done, I'm done. Take my money, whatever. Take whatever you can find out of the house. That's it. Right? She used to say, I can't take it with me. No, but you know what? Maybe Henry's right. I don't know. But it is going to affect. No, it is. And the thing is, that dinner he talked about, it's not just the money that you're spending that night for that special girl or that special guy or that special gal, he/she, they/them, whatever it is. It's how much the meal itself is going to cost. It's not just getting there back and forth. Remember, trucking. Everything in that restaurant arrived with a truck. And if that truck, I'm looking over my shoulder right now to my diesel price here, if that truck is, dieseling up here in Connecticut, right now it's paying $5.84 a gallon for diesel. Last year was $3.78. And we've had our restaurant experts on here from the Connecticut Restaurant Association, our friend Scott Dolch. What's he say? Even in the best of times, a 5-star restaurant makes about $5 or $6 on a meal. On a whole meal, $5. That's why so many restaurants just say, hey, wait a minute, they're out of business? The parking lot used to be so full. Well, guess what? The amount of tires in the parking lot doesn't pay the bills. You don't know. Here's a guy who doesn't worry about what any gas costs, Dave in Meriden. Dave, how are you?
Well, I wouldn't quite say that, Paul, but I do shop around. And,
yeah.
In fact, the other day I was up in Newington. I was able to get gas for $3.99 a gallon.
Oh.
I joined the Citgo value thing where you get points and you get like a nickel off per gallon. I haven't tried it yet, but
nice.
But by my house, I mean, I see the mobile station on East Main Street, $4.39, $4.49.
Yeah.
That's everywhere. Even in Middletown where I work, $4.17 for credit, $4.10 for cash. So it's up there. So
yeah.
But you still have to go to work. I mean, I'm not going to stop going to work because of that.
Yeah.
You still got to run errands, got to go to church on Sunday.
Yeah.
So
let me. So Dave, the big question is though, when the last time you filled up and you bought that gas, did you get any steak knives? Remember when we used to get steak knives? Did you get any?
And glasses and green stamps.
S&H green stamp. Dave, thanks, appreciate it. That's old school, right? S&H green stamps. You want to go old school? Look that up. Hey, I got 30 books of green stamps. Good, you can get a half-ass toaster now. Oh, man. Can you imagine the liability those stations would need now in today's day and age with the AAA Socolas out there? All due respect to Bob Grant, late great Bob. He used to say, you got the AAA Socolas out there. Remember that? Okay, you filled up and here's your steak knife. Can you imagine the corporate attorneys going, no? Juan in West Haven. Juan, what's up?
How you doing, Paul?
Juan.
Nice to talk to you again.
What's going on, brother?
Listen, man. Everybody is so apoplectic about the price of gasoline, right?
Yeah.
However, they forgot that not long ago, when Biden was in charge, price was over $5. So I don't. It's perplexing to me to hear these guys cry about $4 and change a gallon. I mean. Yes, you have to go to work. You have to go to work. You have to pay it, right?
Yeah.
But don't cry and say, "Oh my God, what's this guy doing? He's screwing us." Well, you know what? That's part of the core. You know, I'm sorry to say, but that's what we get. Yeah. However, it's just so hypocritical on the other side. That's just my point.
All right, Juan, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good hearing from you. Yeah, in fact, I looked up, and there were a couple of things during the Biden years. You look it up. In fact, there's an exact date or so. In June of 2022, gas prices hit record highs in the U.S. The national average for regular hit an all-time peak of over $5 right around June 14th. Prices fluctuating for several weeks between $4.70 a gallon and $5.01. Now, the experts will say, well, there's two reasons for that: the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and also the result. Remember, that's when the bad part of COVID started to lift, which is exactly what the experts I had on said. They said, we got into 2020. The worst part is going to wrap up around 2022, and then we'll slowly evolve from that and wake up again. And 2024, by then, everything will be good, which is exactly what the feds should have said, which is exactly what Mr. Trump should have said in his first term. It's exactly what all these experts should have said instead of this 2 weeks to flatten the curve nonsense. When I had experts on this very show who said 2 weeks, they said it'll be murder for 2 years. for older people and younger, infants and people with depressed immune systems. So, yeah, we could break the record set in June almost 4 years ago of 2022. Traffic and weather together news coming up right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading north through the valley, very heavy delays from the Shelton side of the Commodore Hall Bridge getting into Derby. That's midday road work that hasn't wrapped up yet. Parkway lower end looks good from Stamford up into Norwalk. Still a little bit heavy into Westport. 95's on the heavy side, Stamford through Darien, pretty heavy into Westport too. A half hour Norwalk up to Bridgeport. New Haven County accident cleared on the Parkway in Hamden. 95 with delays out of Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty & Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty & Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth. It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty & Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Now, if you do want to save money, if you're saying, man, these gas prices, I can't believe it, consider this. And I've been trying to pull myself back on this as well. Honestly, I have. I'm getting better and better. But sometimes you're in a rush, whatever. Drive-through coffee. Nothing wrong with patronizing our great coffee franchises in this country. Starbucks, Dunkin', Pete's. There are a couple of other ones now in the area. We have one in Wallingford. I forgot the name of it. All right, that's great. It's convenient. Americans spend over $300 million a day on drive-through coffee. I know. I want to do that. You're saying, yeah, but think about it.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The White House is telling Congress that hostilities with Iran have terminated despite the continued presence of U.S. armed forces in the region. That message in a letter today from President Trump effectively skirts a May 1st legal deadline to gain approval for members of Congress to continue the war with Iran. Meantime, President Trump is casting doubt on the latest efforts to end the war. CBS's Linda Kenyon with that.
Pakistani officials have been acting as mediators between the U.S. and Iran. And while President Trump praises their efforts, he says Iran isn't being very helpful.
They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
The president says it really comes down to this.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal?
Trump also rejected seeking congressional approval under the War Powers Act, now that the war is surpassing the 60-day mark. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
California drivers are hitting a painful milestone on gas prices, an average over $6 a gallon across the state. KCBS's Matt Bigler says gas stations in the San Francisco Bay Area are well over that.
At this Shell station at 4th and Bryant, regular is $7.15 a gallon.
much higher than the statewide average of 601. Very few drivers are filling up here. I spoke with Emerson Aquina, an Amazon driver who uses his personal car for deliveries.
I do this for a living, so it's really impacting me.
And no, he says Amazon does not reimburse him for fuel expenses. Matt Bigler for CBS News, San Francisco.
AAA says some of the cheapest gas prices, climbing toward $4 a gallon, are in Nebraska, down to Texas, and over to Georgia. CBS News has learned that Spirit Airlines is making plans to end operations as soon as tomorrow. President Trump says he's weighing whether to support a taxpayer-funded takeover of Spirit.
Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my fight, including with airlines.
Trump accuses the European Union of not complying with the trade deal. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi reports.
He writes, I will be increasing tariffs charged to the European Union for cars and trucks coming into the U.S. That will be increased to 25%.
California's Department of Motor Vehicles has issued new regulations that will allow police to issue traffic tickets to autonomous vehicle companies operating robo-taxis. Reaction from some San Diego residents.
I think that's a good idea because I think who's accountable for if they do anything wrong? Like it's literally a driverless vehicle.
Of course. Yeah. So why not?
Yes, if they're breaking the law, anyone should. I mean, anyone, right? There's no one driving. Whoever the owner is.
Stocks are mixed on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here? How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police say Justin Kruger is dead after finding his body in the Naugatuck State Forest. The 50-year-old man was reported missing around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, and a search was launched by the Environmental Conservation Police and Connecticut State Police. Kruger was last seen on Wednesday around 1:30 p.m., leaving his Oxford home. Police were able to locate his vehicle in the Naugatuck State Forest near the Oxford Reservoir before his body was found. The chief medical examiner is working to determine the cause and manner of death. A child reportedly committed suicide within 1 hour of a visit with a Department of Children and Families caseworker. The Connecticut office of the child advocate received a notification of the incident last week and says they are alarmed by data that shows DCF workers are failing to meet basic policy requirements. DCF Commissioner Susan Hamilton released some of the preliminary findings of the case, which showed the child did not feel safe in the home and asked to come into foster care. The caseworker kept the child with the parent. Child advocates Christina Giao spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the environment in the child's home.
What we saw was a family with a significant history. There was housing instability. They had moved in and out of the state, and the children were not enrolled in school.
And Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
They're trying to misdirect your attention away from 12 years of success in the city of New Britain, 12 years of safer streets, of balanced budgets, and a city that was brought back. It's a setup, guys.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 northbound, an accident about a mile north of the Merritt ramps near exit 9. We're seeing some delays with that. Southbound, it's construction still to clear as you make your way just south of the Commodore Hull Bridge. Northbound into Derby, midday roadwork still wrapping up with delays there as well. 95 in the Parkway, both a half hour. Stamford to Norwalk, both roadways very heavy in through Westport. And southbound 95 busy out of Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, how are you? You doing the gasoline blues? Yeah, the oil blues, the diesel blues. Big story today. You're hearing it all over the country, and it's happening here in Connecticut as well. All 8 wonderful counties of this beautiful state here. The gasoline prices continue to crawl up. By the way, the record, the highest ever record in Connecticut here, regular unleaded, back again in June of 2022, as it was all over the country, $4.98 a gallon. So least here in Connecticut, the actual record from that stretch in June, which included the Russian invasion of Ukraine and then everything else, we haven't broken that yet. And the all-time record for diesel was a month earlier in June 22nd of May. Diesel topped out at $6.44 a gallon. But is it affecting you? Or do you just kind of grin and bear it? And do you say, listen, all right, this is going to cost me a few $100s more a month, maybe every couple of months. And then you say, well, you know, there's going to be an effect somewhere, right? You know, you may say, well, we can't buy that new refrigerator yet, honey, or that new range or whatever, what they call a durable good, something costing a few $100 at least. Lasts what? What's a durable good? Supposed to last 10 years or whatever? Well, there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there's this, and I mentioned that to you earlier going in. It's a fascinating thing that I've been trying to cut out for myself. The drive-through, and maybe you're buying food with it too every morning. And again, nothing wrong with it. You know, Pete's Coffee, Starbucks. Pete's isn't in here in Connecticut, though. That's a Northwest chain, basically. Starbucks, Dunkin', whatever. There's another new chain out and about. They have those drive-throughs. There's one in Wallingford. It's got kind of a bluish slanted roof with a neon light in front of it. I forgot. I'm just so confused when I drive, looking at all the different colored lights and lanes I have to deal with. But Americans spend over $300 million a day on coffee, totaling nearly $110 billion a year. Well, there's your extra gas money right there. And when you think about it, really, the fact that if a bunch of people, and again, this is not to besmirch or disparage Dunkin' or Starbucks or any of the other coffee chains around here, even your local coffee shop, but I don't know, make it at home, or, you know, we have a Keurig machine here at Connoisseur, right? And the thing is, when you think about it, are you real, I guess, from a bottom line person, you know, from a bottom line perspective, yeah, maybe you are kind of sort of, I don't know, taking something from the big chains. But if a bunch of people don't go get a coffee at Dunkin' or Starbucks or whatever, do you ever see those places close? They never close. They're gold mines. They print money. It's like a slot machine, and we all know it too. So maybe if the gasoline prices are pinching you a little bit, I don't know, skip the coffee. And again, nothing. I don't care if it's coming from a local place. You know, sometimes you have to, what do they say, adjust on the fly. football mentality, football reference. Call an audible at the line. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, coming up a little bit later on, I may do it this hour, may wait later on, I'm not sure. You heard Chris had a little slice of it in the newscast there. Aaron Stewart has come out swinging, which doesn't surprise me. And not only is she attacking Democrats in the state for, the controversies regarding what happened in the tax collector's office in New Britain, and now with reports that she obviously mistakenly thought that she qualified for a pension in New Britain, whatever. And she's attacking some people in her own party, too. Pretty interesting. We'll have that coming up as we continue right here. A lot more straight ahead on a Friday, Connecticut Today.
After the Lisa Wexler Show, the local news you need continues on the Voice of Connecticut. Weekdays starting at noon. It's The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. You'll get live, local, and national headlines, interviews, weather, and all the up-to-date info for your workday. The Download. Weekdays from noon to 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
It sounds like...
It goes...
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works, in Fairfield, off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
City Line Florists in Trumbull is now taking orders for Mother's Day. Be sure to order early. Order Mom a gorgeous arrangement of fresh, vibrant flowers she'll be sure to love. Order a gift from the gift shop, a hanging basket, or a planter in the greenhouse. When sending florals to your mom, trust City Line to send anywhere in the country. City Line Florist, 2978 Nichols Avenue in Trumbull. Or citylineflorist.com, a family business with 4 generations serving the community for 108 years.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Stream WICC anywhere, wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound's getting much better now. Construction wrapped up both directions out by the Commodore Hull Bridge, Shelton into Derby, and an accident cleared just north of the Parkway. Both 95 and the Parkway, about a half hour Stamford up to Norwalk, and 40 minutes Norwalk to Bridgeport. Both roadways heaviest in through the Westport exits. Eastbound 84 heavy ways through Danbury and building in through Newtown. Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, call 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
100 years as the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Hey there, you and I back together again on a Friday heading into the weekend. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, coming up, a regular guest on this program right here on Connecticut Today, you've heard this gentleman on numerous times, is in a, I don't know, it's a little harsh to say war of words, but this gentleman who's on the Republican side of the aisle in Hartford has been accused in a video by a decidedly progressive member of the State House here, whose name he's never been on the show here, but whose name I mentioned previously. So I'll give you that audio later on to the show. It's it was to the point where a lot of the Republican House members held a news conference today denouncing what was said about this often guest on the program here by a progressive Democrat in Hartford, and they kind of turned the tables on him, saying, no, he gets a lot of accusations of being somebody who harasses somebody. It is really something you never see in Hartford. No matter how things get heated, you had a decidedly progressive legislator from the Democratic caucus saying, hey, this guy has gone too far. And Vin Candelora and a lot of the Republican leaders in the House came out today and said, no, what is this guy talking about? So we'll have that for you later. And I'll do this later, too. Aaron Stewart has released a video firing back, although not completely. There are still some gaps in her story. But from a political point of view, very good video that she released regarding these reports on some alleged, again, innocent till proven guilty, some alleged funny business in the tax collector's office in New Britain, and also some alleged funny business also for Aaron Stewart with her application for, I guess, a partial pension or something like that. So we'll play that for you, too. It was a 4-minute video. It's long, so we'll do it in two-minute chunks there. And the interesting thing is, and I sort of wondered whether she would do this, and she did. She's fired a few volleys at fellow Republicans in the state, saying, hey, you just want to get along with everybody in Hartford and don't want real change. So I can imagine what might be discussed at the convention coming up in a few weeks on the weekend of the 16th. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One thing I wanted to point out here, another aspect before we go to traffic and weather together and news. And by the way, phones are open at 203-333-9422. Talk or text. By the way, I got an interesting text from somebody. Is what I was talking about $5 a gallon for gas. Somebody here says he or she, I'm not sure who this is, I refuse to pay over $5 a gallon. Well, what if gas is over $5 a gallon? Does that mean you're not going to drive? Well, and again, maybe there are some people that don't have to go somewhere, unlike me, who will still have to be going places, hopefully for another, 10, 20, 30 years till they put me in the ground or choose to dispose of my body otherwise. Maybe I'll do that human composting. No, I would never do that. Boo. Yeah, but you can grow some great beefsteak tomatoes with your compost. No, but this person writes, I refuse to pay over $5 a gallon. Okay. All right. But listen, like I said, to open the show, everybody has their price. Speaking of prices, this one right here, you heard from Chris's news, and he'll probably be doing this story more times this afternoon. It looks like all of the people, the municipalities, whatever, that want extra money from Governor Ned Lamont and the Democrats in Hartford They're going to get a lot of it thanks to a good, steady increase in the state's income tax numbers. How about that? I guess the number they're throwing around here for the last quarter or the current quarter, I don't know how they judge this, frankly. The estimate is our income tax revenues are going to be increased by $580 million, over $500 million. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that I would guess a good amount of that is from rich people. I guess I might be wrong, but what percentage of that $580 million comes from people who the left, the progressive left, likes to call rich? Maybe there is some, hark, the herald angels sing. Maybe there is a few billionaires, some, really well-heeled, I should say, lower Fairfield County people. Oh, wait, you mean they pay a lot of taxes too? Well, yeah, some of them do. So, I would like to find out what percentage of that is from lower Fairfield County. But good for the state here. There's another $580 million in income tax revenues. Good. See, you want to keep those people. And maybe, and again, we don't know. I'm just kind of, spitballing here or freestyling. No, I don't want to freebase. Freestyling, Paul, here, thinking that some of that $580 million comes from rich people. The exact kind of people that you don't want to end up seeing leave Connecticut. Because if 1, 2, or 3 of these people leave, even though a lot of people say they don't pay enough in taxes, you know what that does to the cash flow of the state? Once again, a number of years ago, I cite this story all the time. It was in the New York Post. They talked to Kevin Sullivan. Remember when he was state revenue commissioner, state tax commissioner? He said, yeah, I actively keep in contact with about 5 to 7 people who, if they left, that would create a big cash flow problem for the state. Could you imagine that? This wasn't all that long ago. I think it was 5 or 10 or 15 years ago, something like that. But even back then, Kevin Sullivan, who was a longtime state legislator, I think he ran for lieutenant governor too, whatever. No, he served as lieutenant governor, I think. I'd have to go to his page to find out. But he said, yeah, as tax commissioner, and I'm kind of paraphrasing what he said, but he goes, yeah, as tax commissioner, I'm sitting here, crossing my fingers that 7 people don't leave, 5 or 7 people or something like that. If they did, the state would have a cash flow problem. Can you imagine that? And yet you have people out there who rail and cry and scream and say idiotic things like there shouldn't be billionaires. Why? Because billion is a big word. And you want to make a no billionaires person, maybe in your family or in your church group or in your inner circle of fellow employees. If they say, well, no, $1 billion is too much, ask them this. Just say, okay, well, what's the upper limit? If $1 billion is too much, say, well, is Paul McCartney a bad guy? Because he's rumored to be worth $1 billion. What about LeBron James? They say he's worth Michael Jordan. He's now a winning NASCAR owner, too. He's worth over $1 billion. Is MJ 23 or 45, whichever version pick, is he bad? Well, no, I don't mean those kinds of billionaires. Well, who do you mean? Well, the kind that own companies. Oh, that's bad. And then hit him with this, because I always get on this. If $1 billion is bad, is $900 million okay? 300-400 million. I mean, you have very well-known people worth 300, 400, 500 million. So $1 billion is not good. As $500 million okay? Always ask the progressives, what's your number? And they'll say, well, I'm not talking about a specific number. And then you say to them, you're not talking about a specific number? And they say, no. And you say, well, that's the point.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both holding at about a half hour to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, 40 minutes in building both roadways as you make your way from Route 7 getting up into Route 8. Route 8's looking pretty good right now. The construction wrapped up, southbound in Shelton and northbound getting into Derby. Patchy volume on the Parkway on the Milford side. 95 a little bit busy out of Long Wharf down into West Haven, building into Milford. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, May 12th and 14th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. CBS News has learned that Spirit Airlines is making plans to stop operations as soon as tomorrow, barring last-minute intervention. Our Michael Wallace reports.
Travel experts say customers holding tickets for canceled Spirit flights will have to try to get refunds through their credit card companies.
Iran offers a new proposal for a second round of peace talks with the U.S., but President Trump has told reporters before heading to Florida,
Iran wants to make a deal
because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Gas prices climb again. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
$4.39 is the new price for a gallon of regular gas. That's up 9 cents from yesterday and up $1.20 in the past year. And that is a rise of about 38%.
AAA says in California, the average price for a gallon of regular unleaded is now over $6. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Labor unions and immigrant rights groups across Connecticut have planned large May Day demonstrations to push for higher taxes on the wealthy and stronger protections against federal immigration enforcement. Organized around International Workers' Day, the rallies are expected to draw hundreds of participants in cities like Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, with support from groups including the AFL-CIO. Protesters say they're advocating for better wages, increased funding for education and health care, and limits on ICE activity, while also encouraging workers and students to walk out in solidarity. Organizers describe the events as part of a broader effort to build momentum for future labor and social justice initiatives. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump addressed state lawmakers to support a bill to reduce police shootings. Crump is representing the family of Stevie Jones, who was shot by police in Hartford earlier this year. The law would require police to use lesser forms of force before using deadly force in situations where people are having a mental health crisis.
He needed a helping hand. He did not need 9 bullet holes in his body, taking him from this world.
The proposed law is being called the Stevie Jones Law. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
The corrupt Democrat machine that has run our state into the ground is coming after me, and they're coming after me hard. In politics, you only get attacked when you're a threat. So let me say this to you plainly. The Democrats are not just worried, they're panicked.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." Efforts to finalize the state budget got easier with a surge in income tax receipts. On Thursday, Governor Ned Lamont and the General Assembly learned that more than $580 million in income tax revenues would be added to state coffers. The money is more than enough to cover $570 million pledged to town and child care. Lamont said, however, that stronger revenues should not be a green light to start spending recklessly. Analysts are now projecting more than $375 million in extra revenue over the next fiscal year compared to what they originally expected. Trinity Health of New England is making leadership changes at St. Francis Hospital. The decision comes after concerns by staff, patients, and community members over quality and safety. Trinity said in a statement they hired a healthcare consulting firm to help make the decisions. Dr. Robert Roos will serve as interim president of St. Francis Hospital and Mount Sinai Rehabilitation Hospital, while Jennifer Misajet will serve as interim chief nursing officer. Trinity Health says it will continue to recruit permanent leaders at the hospital. And an art exhibit in West Haven is raising money for a local animal shelter. The Big Dog Show was created by metal dog sculptor Dale Rogers. The exhibit features 21 8-foot-tall dogs made of steel near Savin Rock. The exhibit opened on Thursday and runs through May 26th. A pet adoption event will take place at the site from 10 a.m. through 12 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both holding at about a half hour to go. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, 40 minutes in building both roadways as you make your way from Route 7 getting up into Route 8. Route 8's looking pretty good right now. The construction wrapped up southbound in Shelton and northbound getting into Derby. Patchy volume on the Parkway on the Milford side. 95 a little bit busy out of Long Wharf down into West Haven, building into Milford. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
On this May Day 2026, May the 1st, a lot of, walkouts and celebrations today, as usual, for workers' rights. This is the one that makes me laugh, too. And I'm sorry if you hate me saying this, but it is what it is. Immigrants' rights. I love when people say, well, we're pushing for more immigrants' rights. No, we have immigrants' rights. Oh, you forgot a little word there, illegal or undocumented. At least use undocumented. Well, we have to have immigrants' rights. We have, how many immigration laws do you think are on the books in this country? Oh, we need more of them. All right, but you're not talking about. They never mention these groups, and Lord knows I mention this all the time because it's something that thankfully a lot of America is waking up to. At least be honest. See, this is why we can't get immigration fixed here, because you can't even be honest about this one side. And I can't wait to see how they address this in 2028. I told you. Interesting story I read a few months back in the New York Times, not the New York Post, not the Daily News. New York Times columnist said, the Democrats are freaking out here as to what they're going to say about immigration in 2028. Because the border is pretty much, it's not completely locked down, but there's just a trickle of people getting through. So what is a Democratic candidate going to say? What is Josh Shapiro say? What does Gavin Newsom say? What does Mark Kelly say? What does Kamala Harris say? What does Cory Booker say? What does J.B. Pritzker say when, somebody in a debate says, hey, you may not like Trump, but the border's been pretty quiet. Are you going to, what are you going to do? You're going to continue those policies? It's not me saying it. The New York Times already says they're in vapor lock on this. They don't know what to do. They're in full mode here. But I just love all these stories. Oh, immigrants' rights. We have immigrants' rights. Well, we meant, what did you mean? Did you mean illegal? Don't say that word. All right, undocumented? Yes, okay, then just say it. For God's sake. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Say what you mean what you say. Buddy of mine I used to work with in radio who has achieved national recognition. Yes, I used to work with Glenn Beck in New Haven. When Glenn was one of the bosses there, for all his faults, which he has admitted to in his books, Glenn always used to say what you mean what you say. One of Glenn's favorite programming mantras was, shut up and say something. I love that. I don't think that was original, but that's what a lot of people are probably listening to me now. Shut up and say something. Hey, coming up a little bit later on, we'll play it in two parts here. Not especially long, but I'm going to break it up. A 4-minute video by Erin Stewart, former New Britain mayor, who has come under the microscope for some things here. So she's throwing some haymakers in this video. She goes after everybody, and she does make a salient comeback in this video. And she's pointing to Democrats and even some Republicans. Listen, good for her. And when I say good for her, it's not necessarily an endorsement by me. But, if people in your own party don't want to nominate you because they don't think you pass some sort of a ridiculous jackass litmus test, then you should go after them. So she's firing back here on allegations of funny business in the tax collector's office in New Britain when she was mayor, and now the one that broke this week about her supposedly wanting a pension for 14 years of civil service in New Britain when it only starts at 20, whatever. Now, she doesn't. I don't think in the video she mentions that. She concentrates on the first thing, but you'll hear it. She posted it late last night after we got done here. And she makes an interesting point there. And this is not necessarily earth-shattering, but she says, hey, they're coming after me because they're afraid of me. And listen. With all due respect to our friend Ryan Fazio, who has been here on the radio station numerous times, to Betsy McCoy, who I plan to have on hopefully in the next several days, if you're looking at a candidate who may make the best contrast next to Ned Lamont, yes, Ryan Fazio would make a refreshing contrast. So would Aaron Stewart. But again, with Aaron Stewart, you have the gender question. And if you don't think that the governor's campaign, especially that he's under 50% now in approval, if you don't think the governor's campaign is not sitting there going, she's pretty good on her feet. I think she's pro-choice. She does want some tougher gun laws. If you don't think some of the Democrats are looking at her saying, hey, we got to take her out at the knees politically, you have no common sense.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate, while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound right lane accident in Norwalk between exits 15 and 16. Heavy all the way back to Stamford. It's about 40 to 45 minutes to get through it. Parkway, no accidents, but still a lot of volume. Stamford through New Canaan, both roadways busy, and through Westport. Route 8's really not too bad. Southbound 95 accident near exit 41 in Orange with delays back to Long Wharf in New Haven. Eastbound 84 between exits 3 and 4 in Danbury with a car fire, delays back to the state line. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
On this May Day, Workers' Rights Day 2026. And listen, I kid when this, when the state comes around every year. Look, I am 100% in favor of workers' rights. I am. Unions, got to have them. Now, there's a big difference in my attitude toward private sector unions versus government unions and municipal unions and the relative strength that they have individually and as a group. And this has been debated, for years. Even, some guy named Franklin Roosevelt, very famously, has said that there should be limited, if no government influence, no union influence in government. He said the private sector is a different story, but government, no, he was not a fan. I should find that letter because he sums it up in 2 or 3 beautifully written sentences. Because I think he was invited to speak at some labor gathering, and when he found out it was government unions, he was like, no, sorry. That's funny. One of the icons of the political progressives in this country. He upset a lot of people at that time with that. Jose in Shelton's with us. Jose, what's up with you?
Hey, what's going on, man? Beautiful day out here in Shelton. How come you're not taking today off for May Day?
No, I got a lot. No, it's not a company holiday, Jose. No, it's not.
You are a May Day supporter, right?
Yeah, listen, Jose, I'm for everybody who wants to go out and be loud and proud about who they are. Yeah, I got nothing against that. Absolutely.
You know who was for May Day?
Who was for May Day?
The guy you just mentioned, Theodore Roosevelt. He came down to Bridgeport in 1900.
Yeah.
I forget what year. I don't want to date myself. But he gave a big speech in Bridgeport.
All right. Yeah, but
he was a big May Day union supporter.
He wasn't. He
That's
wasn't.
why we got in Bridgeport. They got a school named after
He
him.
wasn't.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't. He was not a fan of government unions, though. He wasn't. Private unions, yes.
Private, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Private union.
There you
he
go.
Was a
Nothing.
Union man.
Nothing. Well, it's all right. I used to be in a union, believe it or not. I haven't been for years. My son's in a union, so it's listen.
Unions are great, man, and also. There's a brand new school about 5 years old named Theodore Roosevelt School.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, I know. Well, you just told me, so there you go.
Being that you're a Bridgeport guy?
Yeah, no, I'm a New Haven guy. That's
New Haven. Oh, speaking of New Haven.
Yeah.
I went by the other day to get a pizza for my brother at Pepe's.
Boy, you got a nice life. Can I tell you, between ice cream and pizza, well, whatever. You went to Pepe's, yeah.
I'm living a dream.
Yeah. Yeah.
The statue in Worcester Square.
Yeah.
Of Columbus, it's not up yet.
Yeah,
What's going on with that?
Well, all the lefties about after George Floyd, they said no. Columbus was a colonizer. He's got to go. Yeah, they
you got to get that statue.
No,
back.
that's never.
You got the body, the frame, but no Columbus.
Yeah, well, they have an immigrant statue going there of Italian immigrants. They're going to replace it with that.
Oh, but Columbus was an Italian immigrant.
Yeah, well,
His name was Christopher Colombo.
Cristoforo Colombo. Yeah, well, listen, Jose, what do you want? I'm a loud and proud Columbus Day person.
I got some connections. I'm going to tell
Yeah,
Rosa
good luck.
Laura to get that up.
Yeah, tell Rosa. Is she done screaming at Lee Zeldin yet? Did you see that the other day? Oh, my God.
You know how old Rosa Laura is?
She's 82 or 83, I think, something like that. Yeah.
Does anybody ever tell her, I think it's time to retire?
No, they don't. No.
John, why do you think she loves that government pension?
Well, they love the, it is what it is, Jose. Hey, Jose, listen.
You know what Congress, Paul?
What?
The reason they don't retire anything, they have the only job in the country that they don't have to do anything, and they get paid.
They can just
who else could say, I don't have to show up because no one's their boss? Congress doesn't have a boss.
Yeah, you're right. They don't.
See, they could take 6 months off straight, and they don't have to punch a clock or answer to no one.
Mm-hmm. Well,
like the governor's not their boss.
No.
The president's not their boss.
No.
They're on their own.
I mean, they literally, and Jose, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, they have the House Speaker, Mr. Johnson, Mike Johnson, who's the third in the governmental line, second in succession to the White House, President, Vice President, House Speaker. But you have the House Speaker, the majority and minority leaders, the Senate leaders. But Jose's right. They don't really have any, I guess Mike Johnson can say, this is when what we're going to gavel in the House. But no, Rosa's been there since 1990-something. But here's the thing. And I'm glad Jose brought that up because, again, I talk about it with Republicans, too. You get Republicans in their 80s, and What did, by the way, did you see that story with Janet Mills, the governor of Maine? She was going to run for the Senate. She dropped out. She's 78. And you're running for, get out. Get the F out. I don't care what party you are. 78. Stop it. New blood, younger people. Stop it, 78 years old. But they got a problem now because this guy, Graham Plattner, have you seen this guy? Oh. Again, laugh at MAGA all you want, and I'm not necessarily a MAGA person, whatever. Some of the stuff I'm like, oh, God, stop. But you folks on the other side of the aisle, are you following this thing in Maine? Are you following this? Everybody, most people in the Democratic Party right now, at least in D.C., they're turning cartwheels that Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, has thrown in the towel on her campaign. Okay, big deal, Paul. What's the big deal? Well, have you read about the guy that's probably going to be the Democratic nominee for Senate in Maine to run against Susan Collins, right? And listen, whoever wins, wins. This guy, he's a former enlisted guy, but you talk about, boy, are they going to have to erase this guy's past? In fact, I have it pulled up right here. He said once, this is great. The guy's name is Graham Plattner, P-L. Oh, look at that. Oh, look, one of our sound baffling panels just fell. Okay, everything's good, Chris. Sorry. Graham Plattner said, I got to find this for you here. Hold on. Give me a second here. I had it marked before the room started falling apart. He had a pass. You ready for this? You Democrats there, you're licking your chops about 2026 and 2028. Graham Plattner once said that women should, quoting, act like an adult, unquote, to avoid rape. I'm not laughing at rape. Don't get me wrong here. But how about that, huh? And the host of a podcast was talking to Chris Van Hollen, senator from Maryland or Virginia, I forget. And they said, he also has a Nazi, or had at one time, a Nazi tattoo. To which Van Hollen said, well, he went through a really rough period. Now, having said that, I ask you this. Can you imagine if Plattner was a Republican or a conservative? Can you imagine that? Imagine if he was a conservative or a Republican. Well, he went through a bad... Well, it doesn't matter that he went through a bad time because that's what's really in his heart. Imagine that. Now, granted, Plattner may have made a change of heart. You sometimes see admitted racists, Aryan Nation guys, Ku Klux Klan guys say, geez, man, I don't know what the heck I was thinking there. I had that tattoo removed, and apparently he's had the tattoo removed. Whatever. But it's again, it's going to be interesting to see, if nothing else, the media coverage on this thing. So if you get some time over the weekend and you need to be entertained, look up the name Graham, Graham, Plattner, Platner. This guy, and listen, if he gets elected, he gets elected. But Chuck Schumer is apparently freaking out about this. And a lot of other Democrats are freaking out about it, saying, oh, this is not going to be good. So and again, everybody laughed at the Republican Party. They laughed at MAGA. Even I did. I said, oh, look at this. This is ridiculous. We go from the Tea Party to this. Well, guess what? I ain't laughing anymore. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, right lane accident in Norwalk between exits 15 and 16. Heavy all the way back to Stamford. It's about 40 to 45 minutes to get through it. Parkway, no accidents, but still a lot of volume. Stamford through New Canaan, both roadways busy, and through Westport. Route 8's really not too bad. South on 95, accident near exit 41 in Orange with delays back to Long Wharf in New Haven. Eastbound 84 between exits 3 and 4 in Danbury with a car fire, delays back to the state line. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Pain, injury, illness. When your body won't, will you? Will you do whatever it takes to get back to your life? You will, because we will. Outpatient rehabilitation from Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. From physical therapy and sports medicine to neurological rehab and interventional pain services. Choose the only rehab with the will of Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible. Visit Gaylord.org.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, so this guy, Graham Plattner, and maybe you say, well, he's changed his thinking now. Okay, this guy, Graham Plattner, for 18 years, had a tattoo on one of his biceps, I guess, for 18 years, saying or with the words SS Totenkopf. That was the 3rd SS Panzer Tank Division, an elite, highly ideological Waffen-SS division in World War II, notorious for war crimes and brutal combat on the Eastern Front. It was formed in 1939 from concentration camp guards. It was commanded by Theodor Eicke and wore a distinctive skull and crossbones insignia. There you go. Well, that could be that will likely be at least the Democratic nominee from Maine for the U.S. Senate is going to beat Susan Collins. I don't know. And listen, people are going to listen. He's admitted it. He's not hiding it. I guess he think he had the tat removed. He said it was a bad time in his life. Okay. Here's my point. I can't wait to see how my business treats this or doesn't treat this. You know what I mean? Because, you know, if this was a Republican, the formerly SS tattooed Joe Blow, where I wonder if the major networks, the major newspapers, Washington Post, Boston Globe, papers in Maine, New York Times, how they're going to handle this. And they'll say, well, unlike the Republicans, they come to grips with their racism and anti-Semitism. I can't wait. I can't wait for this. Once again, Graham Plattner, Platner. Listen, people like something new, so this guy may very, very well win.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A low-budget airline could cease operations as early as tomorrow. CBS's Heather Bosch with the latest.
Money trouble could force Spirit Airlines to halt flights Saturday. Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says the airline's been struggling due to
2 words, bad management.
And high fuel prices because of the Iran war aren't helping.
It was something that just added to their problems. They were going out of business anyway. This just sped it up.
A spokesperson for the bankrupt budget airline declined to comment other than to say operations were normal Friday. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
President Trump says he is not satisfied with Iran's latest proposal to end the war. CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports.
What he continued to say is that there are
in essence, conflicting views among those that are in charge of Iran. And because they continue to not be able to get on the same page, they're still not there.
Meantime, the Trump administration faces a key deadline in the war today under a decades-old law limiting the use of force without authorization from Congress. The president calls it unconstitutional, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has argued the 60-day war limit is paused amid the ongoing ceasefire, despite the continued presence of U.S. armed forces in the region. All 5 people aboard a Cessna plane died when it crashed last night outside Wimberley, Texas, about 40 miles southwest of Austin. It happened near a lake by Stacy Rohr's home in the hill country of central Texas.
It was like a crash, like a little crash, like a loud crash, but almost like an earthquake. I mean, it was so close, I felt like it was the back of my place was up in flames.
California is giving Los Angeles wildfire victims a property tax break. More from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Many survivors of the Eaton and Palisades fires lost their homes but still own empty lots. The property taxes for which were due yesterday until the state agreed to defer those taxes until 2030. Joy Chen is with the Every Fire Survivors Network, which helped negotiate the deferment.
You just have a lot of fire survivors who are in financial hardship, and now is not the time for a balloon payment.
Damon Blount, who lost his home in the Eaton fire, says the deferment will help.
Get a little bit more money to throw towards the actual rebuild of the house.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Rallies are being held around the country today to support workers' rights on this May Day. In Los Angeles, attendees say they also support increased health care access and are opposed to military conflicts in the Middle East, as well as federal immigration enforcement efforts in the U.S. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has announced that actors created with artificial intelligence will not be eligible for an Oscar. Stocks are closed mixed on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump addressed state lawmakers to support a bill to reduce police shootings. Crump is representing the family of Stevie Jones, who was shot by police in Hartford earlier this year. The law would require police to use lesser forms of force before using deadly force in situations where people are having a mental health crisis.
He needed a helping hand. He did not need 9 bullet holes in his body, taking him from this world.
The proposed law is being called the Stevie Jones Law. Efforts to finalize the state budget got easier with a surge in income tax receipts. On Thursday, Governor Ned Lamont and the General Assembly learned that more than $580 million in income tax revenues would be added to state coffers. The money is more than enough to cover $570 million pledged to town aid and child care. Lamont said, however, that stronger revenues should not be a green light to start spending recklessly. Analysts are now projecting more than $375 million in extra revenue over the next fiscal year compared to what they originally expected. And Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
They're trying to misdirect your attention away from 12 years of success in the city of New Britain, 12 years of safer streets, of balanced budgets, and a city that was brought back. It's a setup, guys.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, still have an accident working by exit 16. Delays back to Stamford. Both roadways about 40 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk, another 40 minutes or so to get up into Bridgeport. We're very heavy in through the Westport exits. Route 8 still holding its own. Southbound 95. We did have an accident by exit 41 in Orange. Looks like they may have cleared it, but the damage done. Delays all the way back to Long Wharf. Northbound rubbernecking out of Milford. Eastbound 84 near exit 4 in Danbury. The remains of a car fire. You stay heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yep. 2 hours down, 2 to go on this May Day, Friday, the 1st of May, 2026, right here. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, online voice of CT.com. By the way, coming up in just a few minutes, we'll have the audio of the complete video that was posted by Aaron Stewart, politically punching back here, launching some pretty good shots, too, haymakers at people coming after her, including some members of the Republican Party. She pretty much is intimating that, they're trying to kneecap her, too, so we'll have that coming up. Also, I was able to find a paragraph or two of a famous letter on this May Day. I always like to consider this, written by one Franklin Delano Roosevelt, saying why he thinks unions are great in the private sector and they do not belong in government settings. Yes, FDR said it just ain't fair to the taxpayers. So we'll talk about that coming up. We started today, and the big story today, locally and nationally, tracking it here in Fairfield County, New Haven County. Man, oil and gasoline prices. Gas prices right now, let me do a refresh here to make sure we have the latest. $4.42 on average in Connecticut. Most expensive in New London County and Fairfield County. Fairfield County is $4.47 a gallon. New Haven County, $4.40. Hartford County, $4.41. National average, $4.39 a gallon. Oil's expensive, too. Well over $100 a barrel of crude on NYMEX. So my question today was this. On this May Day, 2026, are the rising gas prices forcing you to alter your driving plans and habits? You stay at home more, you're not making that quick run to the store, or you may not have a choice to do that? What about dropping that drive-through coffee? You doing that? Heck, that's that's how much a day? $300 million a day or something like that? A year's hundreds of millions of dollars a day in drive-through coffee. Can you put that double, triple mocha caramel swirl latte aside here? That diabetes bomb that you're drinking every morning? All right, so $5 a gallon coming. Are you doing anything differently driving? Chris Williams has been looking at the answers, and you find what, sir?
Sam says not his driving plans, but he does use cash for gas now because most places it's cheaper that way. No, that's what Sue says. Dave has not had to alter his driving plans and habits yet. I definitely think we will be seeing $5 a gallon before this situation in Iran gets some sort of resolution. And Intellius says, Biden, hold my beer.
Well, again, there's the scenario there of back in June of 2022, we were just starting to turn the corner on COVID, and you also had the Russian invasion of Iran. All right, coming up, we will talk gasoline prices, gas prices with our buddy Mike Fox from Gazda. He can explain the difference in what goes where and all that there. So Mike Fox coming up next. Keep it right here on WICC.
We're the first thing you listen to when your alarm goes off. We're number one on your car presets. And you stream us all day at work. Wherever you are, you can always find the voice of Connecticut. And that's on your social media, too. Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube. Just search for WICC. Contact your favorite hosts. Keep up to date on the latest happenings in Fairfield County. See what's going on in the studio. No matter where you are on social media, WICC is there, too.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, May 12th and 14th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
For the best FCIAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Mom deserves more than flowers and a card. Enter to win the JTV Mother's Day Getaway at jtv.com/sweepstakes. You could win a 6-night cruise to Grand Cayman, Mexico, and the Bahamas, plus $1,000 spending money and a $1,000 gift card to shop JTV. It's a mom's dream come true. Enter the JTV Mother's Day Getaway now at jtv.com/sweepstakes. And new customers receive a one-time $25 off of a purchase of $50 or more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, still have an accident working by exit 16. Delays back to Stamford. Both roadways about 40 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk, another 40 minutes or so to get up into Bridgeport. We're very heavy in through the Westport exits. Route 8 still holding its own. Southbound 95. We did have an accident by exit 41 in Orange. Looks like they may have cleared it, but the damage done. Delays all the way back to Long Wharf. Northbound rubbernecking out of Milford. Eastbound 84 near exit 4 in Danbury. The remains of a car fire. You stay heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Milford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Once again, according to our friends at the AAA, Connecticut drivers paying on average today $4.42 a gallon. That's about 3 pennies higher than the national average for gasoline. All right, how is this figured? We had people call in with previous questions. Our pal Mike Fox here from the Fairfield County-based Gasoline and Auto Service Dealers of America. Mike, one of the go-to guys in the state for years about gasoline and gas prices, not to mention the cup of coffee and the crackers at our convenience stores. Mike, how are you, man? How you doing?
Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Not too bad, Mike, not too bad. So, Mike, let me start with this. I had a very nice caller earlier say, hey, Paul, ask Mike this. Why, even though she and I here on the show, Mike, that we actually pump about, 92% of all the crude that America needs, we only import about 7 or 8%. Why are the prices so high? And I proffered to her, Mike, from what you've told me before, and I hear from other experts, a lot of this is what the oil companies trying to project losses in other parts of the world. Is that it or not?
Well, so the price of crude oil, which is a worldwide commodity, is what they're going to base their price on, not necessarily our price of crude oil that it takes to explore, transport, and refine here in the U.S.
Yeah.
And if you look at that and you go back, in January of 2026, we were at $59 a barrel, and we saw gas going down, and now we're up to $102. This is something, Paul, that I've never seen before. I have a chart, which is crude oil futures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, it's like a slot machine going up and down. The wheel just keeps turning.
Yeah. And it seems to vary, Mike, not just day to day, but I see the real-time graphics too here, the NYMEX crude graphics, and it depends on what you hear from Iran, what you hear from Mr. Trump, and those guys and gals that trade on these commodities, they're pretty much reacting in real time, right?
Oh, 100% reacting in real time. And listen, I appreciate what the president is trying to do, and it could be life-changing for decades if he is able to accomplish what he's attempting to accomplish in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the problem. Stop talking, because the market is reacting to every little thing you say here, there, what a reporter says. You want to go back and bomb. You want to do – and that's – unfortunately, that's politics. And everybody's worried about midterm elections. No one's worried about us here at home and the consumer. We have our local governor and state legislature. They could drop the price in Connecticut about 25 cents a gallon right now. Just take off the gross receipts tax, which is a percentage tax, 8.1%. So the tax goes up every time the price goes up. And we're up $1.67 in the wholesale cost. So get rid of it. Why? It was for a program that was canceled 10 years ago. It's a slush fund that our government keeps. But no, our Democrats want to go out there, blame Trump, blame this one, blame that one. It's your fault. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're independent. When you know you've got a program that's collecting $350+ million a year from Connecticut taxpayers for a program that no longer exists and has not existed from 2010, you're a thief. Doesn't matter what your politics are.
And that, Mike Fox, is on top of the state sales tax for gasoline, which is what, a quarter to, is it still 25 cents a gallon?
Yeah, that's where we have to be careful. It's not a sales tax.
Okay.
The sales tax is at a percentage.
Okay.
It's a state gas tax.
Got it. Yep.
I helped get that lowered from second in the United States, 33 cents a gallon, back down to 25.
Yep.
On top of that, you have 18.4 cents for federal. On top of that, thank God, Republicans capped the gross receipts tax when the wholesale price reaches $3. So that's about 25 cents. So all told in taxes on gasoline, you're looking at 68 cents a gallon.
Wow. And
that's state federal taxes. That has nothing to do with your retailer. Here's what I could tell you about retailers.
Yeah.
Our cost. Now I'm going to hit you. So people are complaining at the pump, and they rightfully should.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I filled up my car. It used to be $60. Now it's $100.
Oh.
Well, guess what? When that tanker comes to your local service station, it used to be $24,000.
Yeah.
Now it's $44,000.
One
And
delivery.
Guess what?
One delivery.
Yeah.
Wow.
One delivery. And we don't get to put it on a credit card. We have to pay COD.
Wow.
That is some of the reason it rises like a rocket and drops like a feather. Sometimes we could sell every gallon of gas we have left in our tanks, and we wouldn't have enough money to buy the next load.
Wow. And Mike Fox, the guest is Mike Fox from the Gasoline and Auto Service Dealers of America, GASDA. And Mike, I mean, for the flip side of this, every cent that people spend to put gasoline in their tanks and even diesel for trucks and other heavy equipment, that's a cent less that they may be spending inside that convenience store, which keeps them open for coffee and chips and water and gum and cigarettes and lotto and all that too. So the owners here are really, some of your clients are really getting hit on both ends.
We feel for our customers because it's multiplied by 10 for us. So if you went up $40 to fill up your tank, we've gone up $4,000 to fill up on just one grade.
Wow.
And if we had diesel, we've gone up $8,000, the cost of diesel. Now, if you want to know why groceries and soda and milk are so expensive, those trucks don't run on electric. They don't run on gas. They run on diesel fuel.
Yeah.
And diesel fuel has taken the biggest hit. And that's the part that makes absolutely no sense to me, because the first thing that comes when you take crude oil and refine it is kerosene, then diesel. They should be the cheapest, not more. We have to continue the refining process to make the premium, the mid-grade, and the regular.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we talk about who's to blame here, there's enough blame going around. But politicians can take the hit in Connecticut because we've talked about suspending the state gas tax.
Yeah.
Why? Just get rid of the gross receipts tax. I've been saying this since 2010. It's now 2026. I was promised by legislators we would remove the tax. Oh, we just have to keep it another year or two to pay all the bills that were generated by that program. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
Well, what's your excuse now?
Mike, finally,
want to help Connecticut taxpayers? Cut the gross receipts tax right now before you go home on May 6th, and every retailer in the state will lower their price within 3 days, 25 cents a gallon.
what did that gross receipt? I don't recall. What was it? What was it paying for, Mike Fox? So that gross receipts tax was paying for what?
When the federal government put in rules and regulations for underground storage tanks and cleanup, there was no insurance available. So the state funded it. Coincidentally, the gross receipts tax started at 1%. Now it is 8.1%. Now there is insurance. But for your gasoline retailer, we have the 25-cent tax plus the insurance. So we got nailed twice. We're paying for a program that used to be our insurance, but now we have insurance, but we still have the tax for the program. It is insane. And again, I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm a right and wrong. When John Rowland reduced the state gas tax from 33 cents to 25, they did a study. They found out that the state made approximately $4 million more in revenue. And in fact, the cut in the price was 8 to 11 cents a gallon, not the difference between 25 and 33. So none of this makes any sense to me. But if someone can explain you politics and make sense of it, God bless them.
Yeah. Mike Fox from GASDA. Mike, as always, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And trust me, we'll be calling you back. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul. Really appreciate it.
All right, there you go. There's our buddy Mike Fox, who's been on this radio station for years and years and years. And there you go. State gasoline, the gross receipts tax, which was supposed to get, oh, my God. What a cluster. What a cluster. All right, Mike Fox explaining that to us. All right, coming up, we're going to do news, traffic and weather together and all that. And then I will feature in its entirety, it's a little long, we'll play it in two segments. we will play the video response from Erin Stewart, the former mayor of New Britain. And again, this is not to favor her or not to favor her, but it's in the news. Her response now to, and I don't want to use the word scandal because sometimes that's, more subjective and less objective, but two of the big stories surrounding her, rather. And she doesn't waste any time. She throws some rhetorical haymakers here, blaming Democrats and blaming people in her own Republican Party.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident cleared northbound at 95 exit 16 in Norwalk. Still have delays back to Stamford. It's about a half hour. About the same on the Parkway to go Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways still busy into Westport. Accident cleared southbound 95 near exit 41 in Orange. Route 8 still not too bad. We had an earlier car fire in Danbury. Eastbound 84 delays still from the state line. Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to SONOcollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
PBS News Brief. The Iran war hits a key 60-day milestone tonight and a deadline for the Trump administration to gain approval from Congress to continue the war with Iran. But the president says the war deadline is on pause due to the current ceasefire, even though troops continue deployment in the region. He also says of Iran,
they want to make a deal, but
I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens.
The average price for a gallon of regular unleaded gas is now over $6 in California, the highest in the country.
Don't even want to think about the whole cost of filling up my tank.
It just keeps going up.
Some people choosing not to drive at all, maybe stay home.
Spirit Airlines soon may be no more, as CBS's Reed Cowan explains.
We heard from the president about a possible $500 million government aid package, but so far it's stalled. That said, the president confirmed he has been told Spirit could be shutting down operations in the next 24 hours.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Labor unions and immigrant rights groups across Connecticut are planning large May Day demonstrations to push for higher taxes on the wealthy and stronger protections against federal immigration enforcement. Organized around International Workers' Day, the rallies are expected to draw hundreds of participants in cities like Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, with support from groups including the AFL-CIO. Protesters say they're advocating for better wages, increased funding for education and health care, and limits on ICE activity, while also encouraging workers and students to walk out in solidarity. Organizers describe the events as part of a broader effort to build momentum for future labor and social justice initiatives. Police say Justin Kruger is dead after finding his body in the Naugatuck State Forest. The 58-year-old man was reported missing around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, and a search was launched by the Environmental Conservation Police and Connecticut State Police. Kruger was last seen on Wednesday around 1:30 p.m., leaving his Oxford home. Police were able to locate his vehicle in the Naugatuck State Forest near the Oxford Reservoir before his body was found. The chief medical examiner is working to determine the cause and manner of death. A child reportedly committed suicide within 1 hour of a visit with a Department of Children and Families caseworker. The Connecticut Office of the Child Advocate received a notification of the incident last week and says they are alarmed by data that shows DCF workers are failing to meet basic policy requirements. DCF Commissioner Susan Hamilton released some of the preliminary findings of the case, which showed the child did not feel safe in the home and asked to come into foster care. The caseworker kept the child with the parent. Child advocates Christina Giao spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the environment in the child's home.
What we saw was a family with a significant history. There was housing instability. They had moved in and out of the state, and the children were not enrolled in school.
The FBI is investigating a series of smash-and-grab robberies at New England jewelry stores. At least 20 smash-and-grabs have been committed or attempted at jewelry stores in Connecticut, New York, and other states between September and February. 3 people were caught on video stealing jewelry from a K Jewelers in Wethersfield on Friday. 2 others from Bridgeport have been indicted for robbing a K in Clinton in February. Anyone who has information on the robberies is being asked to call the FBI tip line. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
The corrupt Democrat machine that has run our state into the ground is coming after me, and they're coming after me hard. In politics, you only get attacked when you're a threat. So let me say this to you plainly. The Democrats are not just worried. They're panicked.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." More than 80 students from across Connecticut competed in the Connecticut High School e-sports championships at Quinnipiac University, showing skills that go far beyond gaming. Organizers say esports require strategy, critical thinking, and teamwork, much like traditional athletics, while also opening doors to future careers in fields like coding, graphic design, and engineering. Students say the competitions help build collaboration and confidence, highlighting the growing role of esports as both a competitive activity and a pathway to real-world opportunities. And Governor Ned Lamont and Department of Transportation Commissioner Garrett Eucalito held a news conference in Derby this morning where they announced the start of construction on upgrades to 4 Metro North Waterbury branch line stations. Those are Derby Shelton, Ansonia, Seymour, and Beacon Falls. The project will modernize those 4 stations to improve accessibility, safety, and the overall passenger experience. It's part of the Lamont administration's broader effort to upgrade all 6 stations along the branch line and create a more connected and accessible regional rail network. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident cleared northbound at 95 exit 16 in Norwalk. Still have delays back to Stamford. It's about a half hour. About the same on the Parkway to go Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways still busy into Westport. Accident cleared southbound 95 near exit 41 in Orange. Route 8 still not too bad. We had an earlier car fire in Danbury. Eastbound 84 delays still from the state line. Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's do this. We've been talking about this. It's gotten ink and press and talk radio treatments all over the state here. Aaron Stewart, former New Britain mayor, 6-term mayor of New Britain for 12 years, 2 more years on the school board there. A couple of things regarding Erin the last couple of days. One, a report that she sought out to have a partial or prorated pension here that everyone is saying is not possible under the New Britain city or town charter there. She doesn't really address that. She focuses more on the original kettle of hot water here. The allegations, state police are investigating now as to whether or not there is a scenario here that somebody in her office or her herself, both of which she's denied, tried to facilitate some backdating of some tax payments to avoid the state-mandated 18% interest on taxes. So we'll split this up into 2 pieces here. Here is part 1.
If you know me, you know that I am not afraid of tackling any and everything head on. That's not going to change now. I need to update you on what's really happening. It's a witch hunt against me. The corrupt Democrat machine that has run our state into the ground is coming after me, and they're coming after me hard. They've made the new Democrat mayor of the city of New Britain their puppet for the party bosses in Hartford. And they're making him spend New Britain's tax dollars on a political witch hunt. In politics, you only get attacked when you're a threat. So let me say this to you plainly. The Democrats are not just worried, they're panicked. The corrupt Hartford machine knows what's coming. They can see and feel the movement that we're building, the momentum that we're gaining day by day. So they've hired a disgraced hatchet man of a lawyer to come after me because they know that I can win. Now, it's no coincidence that these allegations magically appeared at the same exact time that I announced my pick for lieutenant governor. And they also happened in the same week that public polling showed Ned Lamont's approval rating dipping below the 50% mark. The law firm coming after me is known for their massive political donations to Ned Lamont and Chris Murphy. The front man is a political operative masquerading as a lawyer just to deceive you about my record. Seriously, look him up. They're trying to misdirect your attention away from 12 years of success in the city of New Britain. 12 years of safer streets, of balanced budgets, and a city that was brought back. It's a setup, guys. They're pressuring city employees, they're twisting words, and they're forcing people to choose between the truth or their jobs. It's disgusting. They're even ambushing former city officials at their workplaces, trying to coerce them. And get this, They've even gone so far as to stop payment on my earned sick time. Now, unlike Ned Lamont and my other opponents from Greenwich, I don't have a trust fund that I can run home to. I'm a working mom who, like everyone else out there, is trying to figure out how to pay their bills, how to plan for their family's future. But when they can't beat someone honestly, they go after them personally.
All right, so that is part one. That is the retort that was courtesy of a Facebook video on Aaron Stewart's Facebook page. Interesting stuff there. She's not really pulling any punches. She blames the Democratic Party. She calls out a lawyer. She says that people in her city are being threatened. Yeah. And the narrative she's going with is they're coming after me because I'm a threat. I can win. Okay, I mean, that would be crisis communications 101. All right, so that was part one. Let me give you part two here. Again, it's about another minute and change, 2 minutes. So she continues the mantra here of, hey, we know why they're coming after me. She also takes a few not-so-subtle shots at some Connecticut Republicans.
And, I'm happy the Connecticut State Police are taking their own look at things to see what actually happened or what didn't. And here's the worst part. Some of the weak Republicans in Hartford and in this race are cheering on the dirty tricks from the Democrats. That's exactly why our party keeps losing. Weak collaborators in Hartford are content with the crumbs that the Democrats just throw at them. I want to take our party to the table, not just settle for crumbs. Let's face it, they're all together under that Capitol dome in Hartford. It's one big cabal. What's Hartford ever done for us? Well, I've got news for the weak Republican collaborators and Ned Lamont. Every one of these attacks is making our movement stronger, more energy, more people waking up and saying, enough. Enough of the lies. Enough of the one-party rule in Hartford. Because when we're governor, we're turning this state around fast. We're going to stop exporting our energy while Connecticut families get crushed by utility bills. We're getting woke politics out of the classroom. We're fixing education and we're restoring parental rights. We're going to eliminate the car tax permanently. And we're not going to just cap property taxes. That's Hartford speak for just defending the status quo. Our taxes are just too high, so we're going to cut them. And until that takes effect, we're going to offer real relief. A $1,000 refund check in your mailbox. Governor Lamont knows that we are the biggest threat to his grip on power. And if he thinks this is going to scare me, he doesn't know me. The Republican convention is in 15 days. Winning this race is going to take a real bare-knuckle fight for the future of this state. I'm the only one who's been in those fights and won. I don't back down. I don't break, and I don't quit. I'm fighting for the people who haven't had a voice. Stand firm with me, and they'll never break us. It's time for something different, and even they can feel change is coming.
Weak Republican collaborators there. Wow. Whew. Content with, how did she say, with the crumbs the Democrats throw them. Now, that's interesting because that's the kind of language that I see on some of these Connecticut Republican discussion groups that they throw at Aaron Stewart, saying, no, she's a rhino, Republican in name only. I have people I know saying, well, she's a closet Democrat. And then she comes out and she talks about the weak Republican collaborators in Hartford. Man, how many people in the General Assembly must be going, hey, you know what? Excuse me? And we're content with crumbs? Wow. Listen, she's throwing some haymakers. Oh, boy, I think I'm going to be at the convention, actually. Man, that boy, whew, there's some. What'd you think of that? Is that what you expected from her? Is she at risk of alienating some Republican help she may need? Calling at least some of the members of her own party weak Republican collaborators in Hartford, content with crumbs? Yikes. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A mixed market on Wall Street today as the Dow slipped a little more than 100 points, while the S&P and NASDAQ moved farther into record territory on the strength of Apple and Intel, both of which were up sharply. Apple's forward guidance with its earnings report yesterday propelled that stock higher, while Intel continues to take out its old 2000 highs. The Dow down a little more than 100 points, the S&P trading up about 24 to 72.33, and the NASDAQ up more than 220 on the day, well above 25,100 for the session. Oil prices also dipped today. That may have helped as well, to about $102 a barrel. There are reports that Iran sent a counter peace proposal to U.S. negotiators. Whether or not it bears fruit remains to be seen, but the possibility of unlocking the Strait of Hormuz pushed oil prices down notably today. 10-year note yields finished about flat at 4.38%. The dollar firm. This is following a very solid month of April. Its stock price performance has been so good. The month of May, typically not that strong, but starting off on a positive note.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We're now accident-free across Lower Fairfield County, but we have delays. It's about 40 minutes. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and another 45 to 50 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, jammed pretty solid through the Westport exits. Parkway sees a heavy wave starting in Greenwich, lasting all the way through the New Canaan Rest. Very busy into Westport. Fairfield-Trumbullside, a lot more company now. Route 8's not too bad. Derby, Shelton. Car fire cleared eastbound 84 in Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. 203-333-9422. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. Voice of Connecticut.
Gotta always wait for the second one to go there. Mr. Echo there. Yeah, like you said, I don't necessarily agree with you, but, we'll talk it out. It's what we gotta do. Talking it over, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, by the way, the state conventions, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're holding theirs on the same day, which is probably so each one can guarantee that the other side doesn't get all the media coverage. I don't know whether they plan that amongst each other, but as Aaron Stewart mentioned in that video, the 16th. And the Republicans are out of Mohegan Sun. Actually, the GOP's, as I was told, is a two-day event or two-day or two-night event, the 15th and the 16th at Mohegan Sun. I think the Democrats are just one day, Saturday the 16th again, gets underway late morning at the Bushnell in Hartford, okay? So we'll see what shakes out there. Again, the big question is what's a good look? It's obviously there's obviously going to be a primary on the Republican side. Two-person primary, yeah, you can say that, Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio are obviously going to, they'll get 15% and qualify for a primary, and then the fun's going to begin because I think, Aaron Stewart did qualify for the public funding here, which is a good thing. And I think Ryan Fazio did as well, or is on his way. I think the deadline is July something, I think John McKinney mentioned yesterday. And the way that works is if you are the party nominee and you've met that fundraising goal, the original goal, which was $320,000 or $330,000 in relatively small donations from X amount of people, you get something like 16 or 17 or $18 million to run a governor's campaign, which, again, sounds like a lot of money, but Governor Lamont is, I guess, able to self-fund again. I think in one of his runs, he spent $24 or $25 million around there, something like that. So even if whoever gets the money is going to spend the 16, 17, or $18 million, the governor, with all due respect, it's his money. You can self-finance. He will probably, listen, here's the bottom line. You'll be able to tell in short order after the conventions or right around the primary day, which I think would be in August or something like that. I don't have the exact date in front of me. I should have. I apologize. You will see how much the Democrats feel that either Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio, or for that matter, maybe in a big surprise, Betsy McCoy, you'll be able to see and know right away if they think there is an actual or absolute threat there. And again, they may take, and I keep saying this, they may take a page out of the Zohran Mamdani book in New York City. Nobody, Josh Elliott may do that, right? Nobody knew who Mamdani was. Backbencher in the General Assembly, New York State Assembly. Good-looking guy, handsome, very articulate, very smooth. And they just bombarded progressives in New York with what? With video, with TikTok, with social media videos. And look what happened. Now, is Governor Lamont a video guy? I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet. Maybe they're not targeting me. I hear there's videos up. I haven't seen them. Now, might they put up one of the videos of the governor dancing in his tie-dye T-shirt, singing Bob Marley? Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up for your rights. Listen. I haven't seen that yet. But I got to tell you, folks, more and more in the next few years, the campaigning is changing. Leaflets, pamphlets, even mailers. How much longer do you think that's going to happen? Now, thankfully, a lot of candidates, and you'll hear it ramp up, they still use radio, which is good. We like that, believe me. You're probably online now at night or in the morning reading the paper or whatever, going to the Hearst papers and seeing, display ads, digital ads. So that's good as well. But these direct-to-person videos that can, not only can the videos be delivered in high quality, but the algorithms of YouTube and Facebook and X and all these, they know this is so, I don't want to say insidious because that has a bad connotation, but this is uber and really high-tech. And they can target digitally. You can target people right down to the neighborhood or the city block or the city areas where you think you can mine, M-I-N-E, you can mine votes now. It's fascinating stuff. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We're now accident-free across Lower Fairfield County, but we have delays. It's about 40 minutes. Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and another 45 to 50 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, jammed pretty solid through the Westport exits. Parkway sees a heavy wave starting in Greenwich, lasting all the way through the New Canaan Rest. Very busy into Westport. Fairfield-Trumbull side, a lot more company now. Route 8's not too bad. Derby, Shelton. Car fire cleared eastbound 84 in Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up top of the hour here as we head to a big hour number 4. A couple of things straight ahead, too. The DOT continuing to release information to folks as to why they will start using more of those mobile remote speed ticket cameras at construction areas. And people are bitching and moaning and crying on, oh, my God, it's just for the money. Well, again, I'm going to read you some numbers that I read last night that are startling. And again, you people are, crying and moaning. All you have to do is slow down. Move over, get away from the construction area, and slow the freak down, and you won't get a ticket. It's pretty simple. And that's what the state is saying, again, because they know people are going to go crazy about this. So we will feature that and a regular guest, semi-regular guest to my program here on WICC, and I think he's been on other shows before, is facing some allegations in Hartford to which he is roundly denying. So we will play you the audio of a video that was posted by a very liberal member of the Connecticut General Assembly in the Democratic Caucus, and the response from State Rep Greg Howard, who was being accused of some pretty inflammatory stuff, and the Republican caucus came to his defense early today.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Barring a last-minute intervention, Spirit Airlines may soon shut down. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
Spirit Airlines is making plans to cease operations as soon as this weekend. It could happen as soon as Saturdays. The airline is simply running out of available cash to continue to operate. The airline, Spirit, is not commenting on these reports other than to say that today it is operating normally. In fact, Spirit flights are in the air now, and the airline is focused on safely operating those.
Negotiations over a $500 million government aid package are stalled after bondholders rejected the terms. President Trump tells congressional leaders that hostilities with Iran have terminated, addressing a critical 60-day deadline under a law meant to limit the unauthorized use of military force. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says it's an illegal war. President Trump is casting doubt on the latest efforts to end the war. CBS's Linda Kenyon with that.
Pakistani officials have been acting as mediators between the U.S. and Iran. And while President Trump praises their efforts, he says Iran isn't being very helpful.
They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
The president says it really comes down to this.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal?
Trump also rejected seeking congressional approval under the War Powers Act, now that the war is surpassing the 60-day mark. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
As gas prices in the U.S. surged again overnight due to the war with Iran, CBS's Ramy Inocencio reports.
There is a new warning of critical shortages of oil for some countries out there, in particular for Asian countries who do rely on oil coming out through the Strait of Hormuz.
North Carolina teachers are taking a stand.
Thousands of North Carolina public school teachers rallied in the state capitol, calling on lawmakers to pass a budget, including funding for schools. This is a second-year teacher.
We can't seem to pass a budget, and we have so many positions that we need that we can't fund. We're being asked to do things that are impossible. I'm not a miracle worker, but I do show up every day and give 150%.
The Tar Heel State now ranks 49th in teacher pay. Jim Crisula, CBS News, Raleigh, North Carolina.
The suspect in a deadly bank robbery in Berea, Kentucky yesterday has been arrested. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Jason Parman.
An unspeakable act of violence occurred. An individual walked into a bank, shot one individual, then shot another individual that was a bank teller. Turned around, fled the scene.
18-year-old Braylon Weaver faces several federal charges, including armed bank robbery. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Mornings.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police say Justin Kruger is dead after finding his body in the Naugatuck State Forest. The 50-year-old man was reported missing around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, and a search was launched by the Environmental Conservation Police and Connecticut State Police. Kruger was last seen on Wednesday around 1:30 p.m. leaving his Oxford home. Police were able to locate his vehicle in the Naugatuck State Forest near the Oxford Reservoir before his body was found. The chief medical examiner is working to determine the cause and manner of death. Labor unions and immigrant rights groups across Connecticut planned large May Day demonstrations to push for higher taxes on the wealthy and stronger protections against federal immigration enforcement. Organized around International Workers' Day, the rallies are expected to draw hundreds of participants in cities like Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, with support from groups including the AFL-CIO. Protesters say they're advocating for better wages, increased funding for education and healthcare, and limits on ICE activity, while also encouraging workers and students to walk out in solidarity. Organizers described the events as part of a broader effort to build momentum for future labor and social justice initiatives. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
And here's the worst part. Some of the weak Republicans in Hartford and in this race are cheering on the dirty tricks from the Democrats. That's exactly why our party keeps losing. Weak collaborators in Hartford are content with the crumbs that the Democrats just throw at them. I want to take our party to the table, not just settle for crumbs.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." And an art exhibit in West Haven is raising money for a local animal shelter. The Big Dog Show was created by metal dog sculptor Dale Rogers. The exhibit features 21 8-foot-tall dogs made of steel near Savin Rock. The exhibit opened on Thursday and runs through May 26th. A pet adoption event will take place at the site from 10 a.m. through 12 p.m. on Saturday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stalled truck clear northbound 95 near exit 4 in Greenwich. Still on the heavy side through Darien. About 45 minutes at least. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Very heavy through the Westport exits. Parkway sees the company starting in Greenwich all the way through New Canaan. A lot of volume into Westport. Fairfield side very heavy by the rest area up to the mall and Trumbull. Route 8 still okay. Busy southbound on the Wilbur Crossing through Hamden. Heading upstate, an accident as you merge with 91 in Meriden. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, one more hour to the weekend. Great to have you with us. We'll get back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do we have this hour? We've got, news about more numbers from the DOT about people speeding through construction zones. And this is why you're now going to get more cameras, not just in your local communities, but on the highways as well. So we'll talk about that. War of words at the state capitol between a couple of lawmakers on distinctively different ends of the spectrum. And we have an update on NIPS. Yes, Connecticut loves it some NIPS, man. Oh, wow. Let me tell you about that. Joining us right now. Maybe we should down a couple of nips before we talk to this gentleman, depending upon the news he has. Shelton, Republican State Senator Jason Perillo dropping by as the short session of the General Assembly is around the clubhouse turn and almost down the straightaway here. Hey, Jason, good afternoon, man. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So where do we stand, Jason? Give us a little update here heading into the weekend, because you guys and gals have to be done when? By next Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Wednesday at midnight. So, we're coming towards the end. We're sitting here. It's Friday. We'll probably go fairly late tonight. We'll be in tomorrow to tackle the budget.
Okay.
So that's sort of that's what we've been talking about a lot and working towards.
Mm-hmm.
And then next week, it will be just a mad rush to, for the Senate to handle bills that came out of the House, for the House to handle bills that came out of the Senate, and all the changes that go along with that. But right now, the budget is what we've been talking about.
And I guess, Jason, there's some good news here, because did I see where The income tax revenues are projected to be good. So, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm piecing this together. So that's going to take off a little of the pressure of the governor and of the majority there, and you folks too on the other side, to get people the help they need. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's kind of the good and the bad, right? So the good side is the state has more, quote, revenue. The bad side is people had to pay more taxes to get us there. That said, we're able to do a few things, right? So the budget as being proposed right now, in many ways, to me, there's two things I love about it.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we're going to be able to eliminate the Social Security, the tax on Social Security for all individuals. And I love the fact that we're going to be able to put money back into towns in the form of, additional education cost sharing money. We're going to be able to redirect some meal tax money back into municipalities. That's all good because it helps to keep property taxes low. That said, I don't think the budget goes far enough. I think we could have and should have put more money into education cost sharing. And I think we could have given not just 50% of meals tax income to towns, but 100% of it right to the towns. That helps keep our property taxes low. So while I think, the budget that we're going to vote on tomorrow in both the Senate and the House, I think it's good. I think, it's better than the many alternatives that could have been.
Okay.
That said, it's not better than what, we as Senate Republicans, and I know, we have allies in the Republican caucus in the House as well. We had an opportunity to really impact affordability and make Connecticut much more affordable. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, the budget that's going to come out tomorrow is maybe a 5 or a 6. I was hoping for a 9 or a 10.
Okay.
And we're really not going to be there, but that's okay. That's okay. Look, I'll take
That's right.
I'll take the money. I'll take the money for residents.
Yeah.
But it's not what it could have been.
Yeah. And finally, Jason, I know there's a myriad of other bills up there, the gun bill, the parole bill. A lot of folks, though, still emotionally involved both ways on the homeschooling bill. Now, correct me, but that has not been called in the Senate. Will it be called? What do you think?
Well, look, it's a priority bill for Democrats.
Yeah.
They really want to gain control over homeschool families. Usually these priority bills move. They do get voted on. They do get passed. That said, that hasn't happened yet.
Really? Yeah.
So I think the jury's still out. And the advice I always have for folks who have an interest in a specific issue is it ain't over till it's over. So until midnight on May the 6th, anything can happen. So, homeschool folks who are saying, hey, we can take our foot off the gas, that is not good advice. They need to keep on working hard, reaching out to legislators, making their voices heard. And that's the key here, because anything can happen. We still got, believe it or not, there's still plenty of time, Paul.
Yeah. Republican State Senate member Jason Perillo of Shelton. Jason, thanks. We appreciate it, man. Take care, and good luck tomorrow. Take care.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. So, yeah, there's still, election year. Is that homeschooling bill going to get called? Who knows? Remember the rule there. You don't schedule a vote for a bill unless you know it is going to pass.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound in Greenwich, broken down truck cleared exits 4 to 5, easing out just a bit through Darien. A real heavy wave, though, into Westport, 17 up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway still with a busy wave, Greenwich through New Cane and very busy into Westport. We'll call Apache volume on the Fairfield-Trumbull side still busy from the Rest area up to the Mall. Route 9's not bad. Accident by the West Rock Tunnel. Parkway's jammed both directions. And an accident northbound 91 near exit 41 in Orange. The Connecticut Lottery. Now you can play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The radio station Bridgeport has listened to for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So, House leaders in Hartford, they had to put some water on a fire earlier today. Not a physical fire, but a rhetorical one. Mark Pasniokis' story here. Get this, and it involves a regular voice you hear on this radio station, especially on my show. And I think he's been on with Lisa a few times. State Rep Greg Howard from the eastern part of the state, from Stonington. He's a active duty police officer as well. House leaders have to calm lawmakers ticked off by a colleague's TikTok post. House Speaker Matt Ritter sounded every bit the frustrated parent today. Friday, he was compelled to publicly denounce a late-night video posted on social media by first-term Democratic lawmaker State Rep Nick Menapace of East Lyme. In the video, Menapace complained about a Republican amendment that would have established the intentional harassment of a police officer as a misdemeanor crime. Now, that officer happened to be our buddy Greg Howard. So and I was watching this earlier in the day on CTN, and people were sending me the videos here. This was, the Republican, and even Matt Ritter, who's got a herd cats here, he was not happy. You tell me whether or not this is, does this cross a line? Because apparently Matt Ritter did. This is Nick Menapace not happy with, I guess, some questions or amendments that were offered by Greg Howard, I believe. So this is what started it. This video, you could see he's walking through the the Capitol building there, and the Legislative Office building too, I believe, which makes a difference here. You know, there's stuff you shouldn't and can say as a legislator that you can say on your own time. But here's part one.
I shouldn't be, but I'm always impressed with how awful and without principle our Connecticut Republican colleagues are. I'm Connecticut State Representative Nick Menapace, and we just had a debate on the floor. And one of the things that comes up is the Republicans like to propose amendments as a way of stalling things. They'll just propose a ton of amendments. I think they got to Amendment J for this. And what really drove me nuts with this amendment is that it was for stopping people from filming or inconveniencing a police officer. Something that is apparently just blatantly unconstitutional to be able to try and do that, but also just shows how their might makes right. Because the guy who did it, he's a police officer, and he's used his job to harass people. He's harassed other state representatives. He's harassed people who've run against him, people who he feels have crossed him. And that's how he views himself, is that he doesn't want anyone to hold him accountable. And that's in the end. Like, they don't care about the Constitution. They don't care of any principles. The only thing they care about is themselves. And I just am so disgusted that this is what these people do.
All right, so that's Nick Menapace. By the way, he's a teacher, I believe, from East Lyme, Democratic state rep, going after Greg Howard, who said what he said was patently false. And it turns out now that Menapace has had to be disciplined by his own leadership because of how he's treated certain staff members there. So Greg Howard met the media this morning, and and you've heard Greg on this show before, and there's never been this kind of allegation against him. I don't know. I wasn't there. But this is how Greg Howard and some of his fellow Republicans responded to all of this.
So good morning. Let me first thank my colleagues for their presence here today and standing with me. That being said, lions never lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. I've been in this building for 6 years. I'm an adult. I work hard on legislation to make things better for the people of the state of Connecticut. I spent 24 years as a law enforcement officer in my hometown, where I continue to get elected in a very blue district. I think my reputation in this building, in my community, in my life speaks for itself. So he can say what he wants. I've never harassed anybody. That's not how I conduct business. I think everybody here standing here knows me well enough to know that. That's all I have to say about those comments. As to yesterday, Representative Staffstrom and I are on opposite sides of many issues in the Judiciary Committee where we handle very sensitive issues. Yesterday we had a 2-hour debate. It was healthy, it was appropriate, it was courteous and professional throughout the entire time. We have a good relationship, even though we have difference of opinions. That's how good legislation is done, and that's how it will continue to be done, despite one-off people like Representative Menapace, who would rather keep focus on issues or TikTok videos as opposed to the policies that we're debating. The amendment that he talked about was specific to protect law enforcement officers in the state of Connecticut from undue harassment. It was a very specific legislation that would require that the offender initiated the contact with the sole intent to harass the officer. These are the people that are walking up to a police officer, sitting on the side of the road eating his lunch, videoing him, saying, "What's your name and badge number?" calling him good boy. I would remind folks that police officers in this state are men and women who are human beings, who experience traumatic incidents at a rate exponentially higher than everybody else. They have suicide rates exponentially higher than everybody else. They're subject to consistent and constant criticism in the media, in their homes, in their hometowns, and certainly out of this building. What we sought to do yesterday was not add another layer of angst to those already weary minds. That's what it was about. We were very specific when we introduced the legislation that it was in no way to hinder somebody asking a police officer for help, videoing a police officer who was interacting with that individual, or asking for direction or reporting a crime. We were specific about that. So not only was his allegations that I harassed people inaccurate, his summarization of the amendment was wildly inaccurate. We have to come out of this building with truth and accuracy, and that's not what we had yesterday. That's what I have to say about it. I'd like to get back down to the people's business today.
All right, there you go. So response from our friend Greg Howard, a friend of the program here, to Democratic State Rep Nick Menapace, who, if you read, has also had problems with apparently, reportedly, rumored to have not be the best guy. Well, I got to be careful what I say here. Just, well, in fact, hang on. Hold on. Let me see if I can clarify this. Ritter has disciplined Matt Ritter, the House Speaker, said he was unaware of complaints about Greg Howard's behavior. So Mr. Menapace said, well, he's harassed people in this building. And the House Speaker, Matt Ritter, said, well, that's not what I heard. Ritter has disciplined Menapace after the lawmaker acted rudely or abusively to a committee clerk. Really? You're abusing a low-level clerk. What are you doing? He said he barred the lawmaker from interacting with staff for 2 weeks. So what does that tell you? Here you have this Democrat there saying patent untruths, apparently, about our friend Greg Howard here, and he's the guy who had to be barred from interacting with staff for 2 weeks. Oh, man. Menapace offered no regrets about the video. He said Howard was once called out by House Republican leaders for social media remarks about a Democratic lawmaker, Rep. Corey Paris of Stamford, who had denounced threats against Paris none of them coming from Howard. That's what Vin Candelora said. So there you go. As the world turns, yes, the edge of night up in Hartford.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound in Greenwich, broken down truck cleared exits 4 to 5, easing out just a bit through Darien. A real heavy wave, though, into Westport, 17 up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway still with a busy wave, Greenwich through New Cane and very busy into Westport. We'll call Apache volume on the Fairfield Trumbull side, still busy from the Rest area up to the mall. Route 9's not bad. Accident by the West Rock Tunnel. Parkway's jammed both directions. And an accident northbound 91 near exit 41 in Orange. The Connecticut Lottery, now you can play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game, must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Pain, injury, illness. When your body won't, will you? Will you do whatever it takes to get back to your life? You will, because we will. Outpatient rehabilitation from Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. From physical therapy and sports medicine to neurological rehab and interventional pain services. Choose the only rehab with the will of Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible. Visit Gaylord.org.
The Milford Children's Trout Derby at the Milford Duck Ponds is this Saturday from 6 to 9:30 a.m. on both the upper and lower ponds. Enjoy a great day of fishing. Open to all children, 15 and under, no registration required, and free entry. Prizes for largest brook, brown, golden, and rainbow trouts. The Milford Strike Bass Club and the Devon Rotary invite you to the 58th Annual Children's Trout Derby this Saturday at the Milford Duck Ponds. Join the community. Search Children's Trout Derby Milford CT on Facebook.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. CBS News has learned that Spirit Airlines could shut down as soon as tomorrow. Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says Spirit has less than 2% of the market.
So this going down is not going to affect the consumer very much. It's not going to cause fares to rise. It's not going to cause people to miss their vacation next year in 2 weeks. We're not even going to remember them.
President Trump tells congressional leaders that hostilities with Iran have terminated, addressing a critical 60-day deadline under a decades-old law meant to limit the use of military force without authorization from Congress. He says of the law,
because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional.
Union members and activists turn out for May Day rallies worldwide. Rachel Lewis is with SEIU 2015 in Los Angeles.
We represent those who have been persecuted, who are suffering from injustice.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The FBI is investigating a series of smash and grab robberies at New England jewelry stores. At least 20 smash and grabs have been committed or attempted at jewelry stores in Connecticut, New York, and other states between September and February. 3 people were caught on video stealing jewelry from a Kay Jewelers in Wethersfield on Friday. 2 others from Bridgeport have been indicted for robbing a Kay in Clinton in February. Anyone who has information on the robberies is being asked to call the FBI tip line. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump addressed state lawmakers to support a bill to reduce police shootings. Crump is representing the family of Stevie Jones, who was shot by police in Hartford earlier this year. The law would require police to use lesser forms of force before using deadly force in situations where people are having a mental health crisis.
He needed a helping hand. He did not need 9 bullet holes in his body, taking him from this world.
The proposed law is being called the Stevie Jones Law. A child reportedly committed suicide within 1 hour of a visit with a Department of Children and Families caseworker. The Connecticut office of the child advocate received a notification of the incident last week and says they are alarmed by data that shows DCF workers are failing to meet basic policy requirements. DCF Commissioner Susan Hamilton released some of the preliminary findings of the case, which showed the child did not feel safe in the home and asked to come into foster care. The caseworker kept the child with the parent. Child advocates Christina Gyo spoke with WTNH TV News 8 about the environment in the child's home.
What we saw was a family with a significant history. There was housing instability. They had moved in and out of the state, and the children were not enrolled in school.
Trinity Health of New England is making leadership changes at St. Francis Hospital. The decision comes after concerns by staff, patients, and community members over quality and safety. Trinity said in a statement they hired a healthcare consulting firm to help make the decisions. Dr. Robert Roos will serve as interim president of St. Francis Hospital and Mount Sinai Rehabilitation Hospital, while Jennifer Misajet will serve as interim chief nursing officer. Trinity Health says it will continue to recruit permanent leaders at the hospital. After several hours Thursday, debate in the State House on a bill to restrict immigration and customs enforcement activity in Connecticut was expected to resume at the state capitol. The bill would prohibit ICE agents from wearing face masks and ban warrantless arrests in places including churches, schools, courthouses, and hospitals. It was passed last month by the Senate along party lines, with Democrats in favor and Republicans opposed. Governor Ned Lamont and Department of Transportation Commissioner Garrett Eucalito held a news conference in Derby this morning where they announced the start of construction on upgrades to 4 Metro North Waterbury branch line stations. Those are Derby Shelton, Ansonia, Seymour, and Beacon Falls. The project will modernize these 4 stations to improve accessibility, safety, and the overall passenger experience. It's part of the Lamont administration's broader effort to upgrade all 6 stations along the branch line and create a more connected and accessible regional rail network. Efforts to finalize the state budget got easier with a surge in income tax receipts. On Thursday, Governor Ned Lamont and the General Assembly learned that more than $580 million in income tax revenues would be added to state coffers. The money is more than enough to cover $570 million pledged to town aid and child care. Lamont said, however, that stronger revenues should not be a green light to start spending recklessly. Analysts are now projecting more than $375 million in extra revenue over the next fiscal year compared to what they originally expected. Republican gubernatorial candidate and former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart took to social media to address what she is calling a, quote, political witch hunt. Not long after the Connecticut Mirror posted a story about her submitting a request for pension benefits, Stewart released a video on her Facebook page pushing back on the criticism she's received.
They've hired a disgraced hatchet man of a lawyer to come after me because they know that I can win. Now, it's no coincidence that these allegations magically appeared at the same exact time that I announced my pick for lieutenant governor. And they also happened in the same week that public polling showed Ned Lamont's approval rating dipping below the 50% mark. The law firm coming after me is known for their massive political donations to Ned Lamont and Chris Murphy.
Stewart says the fact that she is being attacked shows that she is the strongest candidate. State Republican Party Chairman Ben Proto said he was unnerved by the political attacks, saying, quote, "We are doing the Democrats' job for them." And more than 80 students from across Connecticut competed in the Connecticut High School e-sports championships at Quinnipiac University, showing skills that go far beyond gaming. Organizers say esports require strategy, critical thinking, and teamwork, much like traditional athletics, while also opening doors to future careers in fields like coding, graphic design, and engineering. Students say the competitions help build collaboration and confidence, highlighting the growing role of esports as both a competitive activity and a pathway to real-world opportunities. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound still busy out of Greenwich through Stamford and Darien. Parkway's a little bit better, lower part of the county. Both roadways jammed pretty heavy through Westport and Fairfield. Both roadways at least 40 minutes still. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Route 8's not looking too bad. New Haven County southbound 95 busy out of Long Wharf into West Haven. And an accident by the West Rock Tunnel jammed up both directions on the Parkway, Hamden into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers below in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, about 20 minutes as usual left to go in our last segment. You want to get last licks in? All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How about, hey, you can't go more than a couple of weeks without a NIP update. No, I'm not being racist there. We're not back in World War II. Austin Mermina's story here in the Connecticut Post. See how much each Connecticut town made from the sales of nip bottles over the past 6 months. Over the past 6 months, you know how many nips were sold in Connecticut? Now, again, these are not full bottles. These are 50 milliliter. It's a shot, basically, in a bottle here. Is it a shot? Yeah, I believe it is. Maybe a little more. It's a shot. About this number is just staggering. And again, I understand that people buy them for certain reasons. Maybe they need them for cooking. You don't want to buy a whole bottle. We've had people call this show here who say, hey, I had my problems with alcohol. I've tailed back a lot and I buy a few nips and I don't have a full bottle in the house. Okay, all right. But statewide, October through March, so October of last year, 2025, through March of this year, about 48.57 million nip bottles were sold in Connecticut. Almost 49 million nips. Have a nip, sweetheart. Yes. And that has yielded $2.4 million for municipalities. According to the Wine and Spirit Wholesalers of Connecticut, that's about $40,000 less than the same period last year. So you can see how steady this market is. Because there's this program that helps curb litter under the state's nickel per nip program. Cities and towns get 5 cents for every nip sold within their borders. The wholesalers group cuts checks twice a year in April and October, and the towns use them. You have to use them for cleanup and recycling. Okay. So there you go. The leading nip city. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. New Haven got about $120,000 on 2.4 million nips. Must be all those guys and gals at Yale down on the old campus across the street from the green there. So New Haven, I think, leads the state, 2.4 million nips, $120,000. Bridgeport, 1.69 million nips. So not quite as many nips sold in the Park City as are sold in the Elm City. Bridgeport got about $85,000. Waterbury, $79,000 for 1.5 million nips. Hartford, 1.7 million nips. They got $88,000. So there you go. I'm not sure where's the nickel kind. The nickel does not come from the buyer of the nip itself. It comes, I think, from the wholesaler or for the retailer. I don't know. Don't know. There you go. The program is aimed to encourage the proper disposal of the bottles. It's now brought in, since it was started in 2021, $22 million. So your top nip cities in the state so far this year in the last 6 months, October to March, New Haven, number 1, Hartford, Bridgeport, Waterbury, and New Britain. Among those that did the lowest totals, all right, the town of Woodstock, 980 nips. They only get $49. Woodbridge, 1,680 nips. They get $84. Weston, beautiful Fairfield County, 4,066 nips for $203.30. The town of Warren, 5,222 nips for $261. And the town of Canaan collected $341.40, 6,828 nips. Wholesalers tack the fee onto the retailer's orders, and the stores pass the extra costs on to consumers. Okay, so in the end, the consumer of said nip does pay it. They pay the nickel after the stores had to pay it, after the wholesalers were required by law. So there you go. All righty. What do we have left? Oh, we'll do this. We'll come back. We'll go to the phones. We'll end it again on the numbers of people, especially in construction zones, that can't find the brake pedal.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound still busy out of Greenwich through Stamford and Darien. Parkway's a little bit better, lower part of the county. Both roadways jammed pretty heavy through Westport and Fairfield. Both roadways at least 40 minutes still. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Route 8's not looking too bad. New Haven County southbound 95 busy out of Long Wharf into West Haven. And an accident by the West Rock Tunnel jammed up both directions on the Parkway, Hamden into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Showers arrive later this evening and overnight in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Again and again and again, the state DOT is warning people, slow down through construction zones. I'll get to some of those numbers. They did some studies about how many people, even when there was a posted speed limit, and listen. Am I the perfect driver? No, I'm not. I drive very fast sometimes. But here's the thing. I don't have my brain parked that far up my rear that I risk getting A, a speeding ticket, and B, want to hurt somebody. But again, I don't know how many more times I can move to the center of the road, slow down, not crawling, because remember, you go too slow, that's a hazard too. But I got some jackass blowing by me at 75, 80 the other morning in a construction zone, one lane away from guys that were doing work on one of the overhead lights on the parkway. He didn't care. No, because he had to go somewhere. But this is the same guy that's going to bitch and moan once he gets an automated ticket in the mail. So like I said, folks, get used to it. I know you're bad. Oh, it's unconstitutional. No. It's not unconstitutional. It's not. The same thing with the license plate readers. Well, that's a violation of privacy. No, it's not. You have no privacy when you're in this little thing called outside. Inside your house, and you know what? There have been court cases too where, yeah, you've got some privacy inside your house, but not if you have your blinds not shut or whatever. So listen, it is what it is. Another one I read the other day. Oh, laws on tinted windows. Those violate my privacy. No. You have no privacy in a car on a public road. I should be able to see you if you're pointing a gun at me. Just a little thing. Todd in Shelton is here. Todd, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job over there.
Thank you, sir. What's on your mind, Todd?
I got to be so proud of Aaron Stewart for blowing the whistle on the dirty Democrats and the filthy Republicans, because I thought she was talking about Bridgeport when she said the do-nothing Republicans, because they ain't done nothing in years in Bridgeport, but she's talking about the state Republicans. But they should all stand up and get behind her, because she's a great woman and she's a proven leader. and she's exposing the corruption, and she's going to do something for the state, and maybe people will stop moving out, and maybe we'll get somebody to really win the lottery.
Yeah, but thanks, Todd. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Todd. Listen, I can just tell you, and I'm not saying anything that the state party doesn't know, that the RTCs don't know. You have to understand, folks, there is a battle going on inside the Republican Party, and there has been. Look at the past election cycles. Look at 2018. Mark Boughton, the former mayor of Danbury, would have made a superb governor. He got the party endorsement at the convention, and he was defeated in a primary. Look at the Holy or Levi Themis Claritas thing. Look, I cannot fault some of the Republican primary voters and delegates who want a conservative Republican candidate. I get that. But again, as an old buddy of mine used to say when he helped run campaigns, don't tell me who you like. You've got to nominate somebody who can win. Now, can Ryan Fazio win? Sure. Can Betsy McCoy win? I don't think so. But stranger things have happened, right? Again, Zoran Mamdani. Nobody knew who this guy was. But the thing that's going to be interesting as we go forward now, the conventions are in 2 weeks. How much do Republican primary voters, they've got a distinct choice. Let's assume that Betsy McCoy is probably not going to win. But listen, if she can force a primary, more power to her. So the discussion is probably going to be something like, what is a better contrast to Ned Lamont on a debate stage? Somebody like Ryan Fazio, young, from the Gold Coast, understands policy very much. He's got the General Assembly guys and gals generally behind him. Or a woman who is not of Hartford, not of Greenwich, but, ran a city. Look, you can call her a rhino, or she's just a Democrat, and whatever. She got elected 6 times. There's something to be said for that. So again, I'm no wizard of wonder here on this. You've got to pick who you think can win. Now again, we had that opportunity a few years back with Themis Claritas. Everybody was saying, hey, look at Dick Blumenthal. He's only at 50% or 52%. Themis has a statewide name recognition. She helped engineer what became the fiscal guardrails, and they blew her out of the water because, she's going to marry the Eversource guy. Who the hell cares? You can either win or lose. As the great Parcells once said, Bill Parcells, whether you love him or hate him, he won titles, resurrected 5 different teams. You are what your record says you are. And right now, the Republicans' record in the state, not that good. Sorry, hate to tell you. We're 0 for what? 0 for how many governor's races? 0 for how many Senate races? Shake it up. Do something different. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up with you?
Oh, Reverend, I'm just depressed today.
Why are you
It's
depressed?
May Day.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find a rally that supported ICE and wanted to reduce the taxes.
Not going to happen. Not today, Bob. Not today.
No, well, it should be. But anyway, another one.
Yeah.
I hear in the legislature they're trying to get a thing about ICE
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
people that can't wear masks.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they just make a law that you can't wear hoodies and masks and go into a jewelry store?
Bob, have you ever thought of running for the General Assembly? That's some serious thinking there. What do you think?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you see was it West Farms Mall? There was some guys walking around, as Bob just said, I guess wearing hoodies, carrying sledgehammers they were going to do smash and grabs in the middle of the day. And yes, somebody called the cops and they all escaped. Probably they went to their law school admissions tests. Probably. Yeah, I think it was in West Farms. Chris in Weston is here. Hello, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that guy from Greenwich, Ryan Fazio,
Yeah,
governor.
Yeah.
But, I think Tony Boucher from Wilton is possibly a better candidate.
Tony Boucher's not running. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that, Tony Boucher. God love Tony. She's been on this program numerous times. Thank you, Chris. Tony Boucher. Yeah, and nothing. Tony, if you're listening, I should have you back on the show. Great to have you on. She was in the legislature for several years, but Tony Boucher. No, and again, I'm not laughing at her. She's a brilliant woman, great family, patron of the arts and all that. But no. Listen. Here's the thing. Again, this is my point. The Republicans have three distinctly unique and different candidates here, okay? You Republican voters, you Republican delegates, you Republican primary voters, think this time. Think. Don't do what you did to Themis Claridis. Would she have won? I don't know. Probably not. But my God, just think. Well, I'll tell you, one thing the Democrats don't do in this state that the Republicans do a lot, circular firing squads. You know what I mean? Traffic and weather together. One more once right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still some company out of Stamford and Greenwich. Pretty busy way from 17 to Westport up to Southport. Parkway's heaviest into Westport. Some company on the Fairfield side now. Route 8's not too bad. The construction not setting up yet into Shelton, Derby, and Sonia. Accident cleared on the Parkway by the West Rock Tunnel. Delays easing out. 95 South still busy. Long Wharf into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, there will be showers with a low in the mid-40s. More showers tomorrow with a high in the upper 50s. Partly sunny Sunday with a high 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, I'll leave you with this because, guaranteed you're going to cry and bitch and moan about the speed cameras coming into construction zones on the highway. New Haven Register Hearst story written by Brianna Garciulo about 1 million vehicles travel through the I-91, I-691, and Route 15 work zone in Meriden. Now, you may know where that is, may not. It's up 91, way above New Haven, above Wallingford into Meriden. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars redoing that. 91, 66, 691, and Route 15. 300,000 of the 1 million vehicles traveling through that construction zone were 10 miles an hour or more above the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. DOT spokesperson Josh Morgan, you've heard him on in the morning with Melissa numerous times, says those numbers came from a testing of a speed camera system at the site. The DOT is expected to start issuing warnings and tickets from speed cameras set up at several construction and maintenance work zones across the state in in June. So, hey, there you go. There you go. So, and they're going to put signs out there. So, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. In fact, so they have some of them here. No time here. We'll go through those on Monday, God willing. My door key, my door card works. All right, hey, thanks everything. Tom on traffic, Paul Pioric on the weather, and we've got Chris Williams on news and answering the phones and doing all of that. Folks, have a marvelous, fantabulous weekend. Back Monday at 2 p.m.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Spirit Airlines is making plans to stop operations as soon as tomorrow, barring last-minute intervention. That, according to CBS News sources. CBS's Chris Van Cleve has more.
Talks around a potential government aid package, $500 million, have stalled. Two of Spirit's three main groups of creditors were on board with the deal. Spirit's bondholders were not. President Trump today said he would like to save the Spirit jobs, that they have made a final offer.
We're looking at Spirit. If we can help them, we will.
Unclear if there's going to be outside intervention at this point.
Just in, a court has put on hold mailing prescriptions of mifepristone across the U.S., restricting abortion access. During a campaign-style rally at the Village's retirement community in Florida, President Trump spoke about economic development, taxes on tips and Social Security, and senior workers. Hundreds of protesters gathered to let President Trump know he was not welcome by all in what's referred to as Florida's friendliest hometown. Trump also brought up last Saturday night's White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting.
Now, I shouldn't be here. There was just an attempt, I won't use the word, an attempt, they say, on my life.
CBS's Anna Schechter has been watching video release from last weekend's shooting. The confrontation between law enforcement and the alleged shooter lasted 7 seconds. Schechter says of the suspect, Cole Allen,
the day before on that Friday evening, just how relaxed he is walking around the hotel. He's appearing to case it. He goes into the gym later and is chatting with one of the attendants there. So the relaxed nature really struck me when I first watched this.
Allen faces charges including attempting to assassinate the president. He has not entered a plea. Florida authorities identify a body found in Tampa Bay as a second missing student from Bangladesh. CBS's Heather Bosch has the latest.
DNA and dental records helped identify Nashida Bristy's remains found in a garbage bag snagged by a kayaker's fishing line. The body of her friend and fellow student Zamil Lamont was recovered from a garbage bag on a bridge over Tampa Bay. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister.
We are now actively working to release both bodies for religious reasons back to the families who live in Bangladesh.
Lamont's roommate is jailed on 2 charges of murder. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
President Trump says he will increase tariffs to 25% on cars and trucks from Europe.
We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have.
Stocks closed mixed on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, with something you might have missed on Melissa in the Morning.
Pretty big health news this week. An investigational pancreatic cancer drug is making headlines nationwide because recently published studies show that patients survived an average of 13 months after starting the treatment compared to just over 6.5 months for those receiving standard chemotherapy. Joining us now is Dr. Richard Frank, Chief of Cancer Research at Norwalk Hospital, who's actually been involved with this research as well. And Dr. Frank, thank you so much for giving us the time. First of all, how do you pronounce this drug? Because there's no way I'm going to botch that right now. We're not starting on a bad note.
I think it's daraxonrasib.
Do you see how you just struggled with it? And you're literally the expert. So I'm so glad that I didn't even try it. Okay. So
all right.
This drug.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
All right. Well, actually, if you look at the name in there is on RAS, R-A-S.
Yes.
So RAS, R-A-S, is a protein in a cell, also called derived from a gene. It's called an oncogene.
Okay.
An oncogene is a critical segment of DNA that, when it's altered in cancer, drives the cancer. And so we know that for the past 50 years, since oncogenes were discovered, that they're normal proteins, but when the sequence of the DNA becomes mutated, because that's what cancer is, a disease of DNA that becomes mutated for whatever reasons, the cell continues to fire and grow. Now, this RAS, R-A-S gene has been undruggable for 50 years since its discovery until now. That's why it's so huge. The main driver of pancreatic cancer can now be targeted with a drug. There have been many, many attempts to do that. They've all failed. And this will be the first successful drug to shut down RAS in pancreatic cancer so that people do live longer, but it's not a cure because the cells ultimately learn how to outsmart that, but it still opens the door for a whole new generation of targeted treatments to treat pancreatic cancer.
Right. So I want to be very clear, Dr. Frank. So this is not a cure, but it elongates a patient's survival rate. Does it at all bring it down from a higher category of cancer? Like, does it, I mean, so do you have a better chance of going into remission with this?
Right. So I've had patients who were dying of pancreatic cancer. Their cancers were growing. They were in pain. They're very weak, losing weight, all the stages of end-stage cancer. And they receive this pill, and they are brought back to life.
Wow.
It's like any new miraculous, revolutionary new cancer therapy, and there have been many, many over the last decades. When the cancer is shut down, the body can regenerate again. And so this is one of those drugs that most individuals who receive it their bodies are able to come back to life because the cancer does go into a remission. But again, it's not forever, and it doesn't mean the cancer is gone. It just means it's quieted and it starts to shrink. And some patients have that for many months, and so that they can have at least a much better quality of life for a longer period of time before, the cancer ultimately does take someone's life.
Wow. And again, Dr. Frank, my understanding is you've been involved with this research. It says the Revolution Medicines results came from a phase 3 clinical trial. The company now planning to apply for FDA approval of the drug based on these study results. I know you've published recent cancer study results, and I'm going to actually link them to your podcast on our website. But you had said that this was basically something that didn't have a medicinal option for over 50 years since discovering RAS, essentially. And right. I mean, talk about sort of how we got to now this place, because this is, I would think, a breakthrough, at least for one type of cancer. This is huge.
huge. And it is a breakthrough for exactly like you just said. I mean, if you look at any other cancer, pretty much like breast cancer, there were medicines that target something called HER2.
Yes.
Or even the estrogen receptor, all the drugs like tamoxifen and aromatase inhibitors that target that protein in breast cancer cells. There are targeted therapies in lung cancer. There's a medicine called Tagrisso, targets EGFR, a mutant protein in the cell. Every cancer has its driver. RAS has been the known driver, but we just could not shut it down. And these drugs are the first in the class of that. There's going to be a whole raft of them coming out now. It's just been, the dam has been broken. The science has broken through. And there's going to be a whole new class of RAS inhibitors. This is just the first.
So if there are listeners right now touched by especially pancreatic cancer, I mean, is that something that you're at Norwalk Hospital, again, Chief of Cancer Research, is this something that, I don't know if this is still in any kind of a clinical phase, like a clinical trial phase or anything, but is there a way people can get involved in this or try this drug? I mean, obviously you'd have to go through, I'm sure, parameters to see if you qualify and know the risks and everything. But is this something that Connecticut residents could try?
Well, that trial, the one you discussed, that's going to be published, that's going to lead to FDA approval and widespread availability of the drug, is imminent. I'm not inside the FDA. I don't know exactly when, but hopefully, definitely this year, I would think this drug will be widely available for oncologists to prescribe to patients with advanced stage pancreatic cancer. So trials are ongoing to study this drug earlier in pancreatic cancer. For example, not at the last stage when patients have had all treatments, but before that, when they're first beginning chemotherapy or after surgery, try to prevent it from coming back. There are some trials going on. The spots are limited, but they can ask their oncologist about availability of those trials. So that's the next generation of that drug. There are also other drugs. So it's really site dependent, and they have to just speak with their oncologist or look at clinicaltrials.gov to find trials regarding these drugs. But this one will be available for everybody this year, I anticipate.
Wow. I think this is such a big deal. And Dr. Frank, I want to thank you for the work that you do at Norwalk Hospital, again, Chief of Cancer Research there, but also being involved in this type of research and being able to break it down for us here on WICC. I am going to put a link to some of your recent pancreatic cancer study results on your podcast, posted at our website, voiceofct.com, and definitely keep us posted on what happens next, especially if this gets FDA approval. I think it's a huge breakthrough for cancer patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley welcoming you back to Susan's Cubicle here in Accounts Payable. What an afternoon of nonstop bookkeeping action, Charles. Are you kidding me? She set herself a reminder to get out of that chair and move.
That's a smart use of a timeout.
She's still reading her emails while getting her heart rate up and moving her muscles. Healthy habits could lower your risk of cancer.
That's a crazy move.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org. Here's another great moment from Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Walk, Bike, Enroll to School is actually a nationwide campaign. You probably heard of it before. It encourages students, families, and communities to use active transportation like walking, biking, scootering to school. It's happening May 6th, and right now, if you look at the national website, there are 70 events planned across Connecticut alone. But apparently, Darien has efforted to do this event for the last couple of years, but it hasn't come without its challenges and pushbacks. We got the scoop from one of the main advocates behind this local event, Kate Havik.
So we have participated for 4 times. The first 3 times we were supported as a PTO event. And this past April 24th, unfortunately, we had to go as a parent-led movement, not as a school-run event because of pushback and sort of concerns from the towns around safety.
So at first, when was this? 2 years ago, you started it as kind of a typical campaign in town? Like, were the police with it, or did anybody partner with you?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. So the police have never partnered with us throughout all of the times we've done it. They have had serious concerns because our school sits off of Mansfield, which is a larger, busy road, and there are no infrastructures in place that allow kids to get to school safely. So no sidewalks, no crosswalks, no crossing guards, nothing that sort of encourages movement. And so we had asked the police department, hey, could you help us? Our kids really want to participate in this. It's such